Hey everyone, it's VM Campos Magic Fan. Welcome to another streaming Saturday. Today is Saturday, so that means it's time for streaming. I'm gonna first look through all of my cameras. This one looks like I'm encrusted in a sea of amber. What am I trying to say? I'm trying to say that I'm like Jurassic Park and that I'm inside of an amber gem. Let's fix that right now. I'm going to check these. Let's see, white balance. Might be a little better there. Why is the gain on auto? I swear I set these settings correct every time, and then the goblins come in and unset my settings. Unset. Alright, so that looks pretty good for that cam. Full screen cam also looks horrible. If only there were a way to set these things before the stream starts, but I don't think we have the technology for that. Alright, I think that's good there. Yeah, that's good there. Then we've got over on the web browser cam. How's the web browser cam looking? Web browser cam is looking fine. And card cam. Card cam is upside down. Okay, so we go to a setting over here. Hey there, Mark, how are you doing? I just need to set my settings here. My card cam is upside down, so how do I set that properly again? Right click. Right click is always the answer. Transform, flip 180. Did that do it? No, why is that still upside down? Let's see, right click, transform, rotate 180. Oh, I know why, because I have it locked. Genius. No, wait, that's unlocked. What is going on here? Oh, I see. I think I'm putting upside down my Twitch chat. My chat here. What happens if we type on the screen? And if we type right here, does it appear upside down on screen? Oh, that's not even visible. What am I doing? There it is there. Okay, this is the one we right click, and this is the one I swear I know what I'm doing. And then we flip it around like this. Rotate right there. There we go. And hey there, welcome Stevie as well. Now we're properly flipped all the way around. That gave away a hint of the crack-a-pack for later. Close your eyes, you didn't see that. But okay, I was just checking all my cams. All my cameras are working just fine, I guess. Everything's popping up there properly. Okay, well, welcome to the stream. Just started it. We've got a little bit of gold digging to do. And then the big thing I'm going to do today, well, a brand new set came out. And the Brothers War. And that means we're going to look at a bunch of the new cards, and I'm going to build at least one deck. We'll do the drafting eventually to learn about the cards probably next time. We'll see how it goes this time. But I actually want to jump in and make some decks out of the brand new cards. You won't believe the new cards here. It's an artifact-focused deck, so there's a lot of artifacts that are coming new to Arena, like Mishra's Bauble. What is that? Well, us old-timers know what it is, but we'll look at that in a moment. We'll build some decks. But for the moment, let me do the gold digging for the day. I started to do a little bit earlier today. I couldn't resist playing some Arena earlier. But we'll finish playing today, so cast 30 white spells or black spells. What was I playing last time? I added actually a brand new card to this Oswald deck. There's a brand new card. Check it out. They perfectly made it for me. They obviously consulted me and asked VM Campos, how would you like this card? And I said, it's a good card. Print it. Because it's a brand new card that fits perfectly in my artifact deck. It is... Well, let me pull it up right now. It is... What's it called? Slag Heap something or other. Slag Heap Foundry, I think? Something like that. Slag Heap is in the title. And here's what it does. It's the only one that I've added to the deck at the moment. There's some other new ones to look at, but it's a 4-mana... Oh, Slag Stone. Slag Stone Refinery. 4-mana artifact. Whenever this or another non-token artifact that you control is put into the graveyard from the battlefield, or is put into exile from the battlefield, create a tap Power Stone token. One of the new big things about this brand new set, the Brothers War, is that we have a brand new mana rock, the Power Stone. It taps to add 1 colorless mana. There's many there's not an I have to double check, but there's not like an actual Power Stone card. There are myriad ways to make Power Stone tokens. They started to hint at it on the last set, Dominaria United, which I swore came out less than 3 months ago. But on Dominaria United, I think the Karn Planeswalker made tapped Power Stones. So this set goes completely nuts with Power Stones. You make so many Power Stones, so many ways. Basically, it's mana rocks, it's acceleration. Because this set is full of insane 8 mana, 9 mana, 10 mana artifacts that do insane things. More mana, more artifacts, more good. And so this artifact here, is there a glut for the Power Stones? Gauntlets of Might? Gauntlets of Chaos? Maybe, we'll see. I haven't seen all the cards yet. But we'll see. We'll see what's there in a moment. This is the one that stood out to me because when I don't know what I was browsing, but I saw this one and I said, this is perfect for my deck because this cares about whenever artifacts go to the graveyard or get exiled. This deck is all about Oswald destroying his own artifacts to make more artifacts, to tutor for more artifacts. Every time I'm destroying my own artifacts, I'm getting free mana. Put it in with a Paradox engine and you do it again and again and again and you make millions of manas. So that's the new addition to this deck. I was playing it a bit earlier today. I think I'll play it a little bit more. And yeah, more mana's more good. Who would have thought? Bad grammar aside. So we'll see the other cards that came out in this new set. Very artifact focused, but not just generic artifacts with a generic cost. They've added more artifacts that have a generic cost, but then a colored mana activated ability. They've also added a new set of artifact creatures that either you pay 7 mana to get like the full version of the, just picking randomly a number, you pay 7 mana to get the full powerful artifact creature, or you pay the prototype cost, which is often a lower cost, with colored mana to get sort of a weaker version of it. So obviously for draft, but if you, there's the flagstone there, the slagstone. But if you, that's a new mechanic. If you want the big artifact, you can make all the mana for it. Yeah, I'm playing against Slivers here. And they're going first. I'm gonna lose this match, but I'm gonna try the game a bit. So anyway, oh, that's even better. Take that, Sliver player. But the new prototype ability, its ability keyword, or I don't know the official technical name for it, but either you pay the prototype cost, you get the weaker version of the artifact creature, or you pay the full cost, you get the better version. So great in draft. I guess great in other formats if you want to go a bit more aggro. Vivian Avatar has a special place in my heart, as it was the first avatar, or an early avatar that I got on Arena when they started to put more avatars. In the beginning, I believe there was only Chandra and only Jace, I think, in the very, 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 very beginning of Arena. And then as they started to make the game more like a real game, then they added more. Eventually I added Vivian because Vivian, Victor, VM Campos, so I got the V avatar. Then recently, and they've been adding avatars the whole time, and then recently they added this some brand new avatars, and I just couldn't resist adding Vorthos. That's their name, Vorthos something something something. I forget what the subtitle is, but V for Vorthos, V for Victor, V for VM Campos. She's got this really cool smiling face and stuff. And then so, oops, of course we're playing counterspells into a counterspell deck, so why are we wasting our time here? So yeah, I'm putting in a brand new avatar. Their name is Vorthos something or other. Let's look here. Vorthos lore master, lore fiend, something like that. Let's see what's the official name. Does it say it here somewhere? Vorthos, steward of myth. Vorthos is here for the flavor. That doesn't mean they're not trying to win. They just get their greatest joy from playing cards tied to the lore they adore. Watch out for their clever theming with a killer edge. So yeah, I like to play those types of decks. Oh, I'm playing an artifact deck. Everything's artifacts, and it's in the service of artifacts. I'm playing a Creatures of the Sea deck. Everything is about Creatures of the Sea. So I switched over to this. It's a shame you only see the head part. And obviously right there, they're wearing like a fun little Nicol Bolas cosplay. And that's fun. The other ones, of course, were Spike, Tournament Grinder, Johnny, Combo Player, and Timmy, Power Gamer, which is different from the original Timmy art. I don't know, they had to redo the art because the original artist, I don't know what happened there. But let's play a little bit more to try to get the gold. Then we'll look at some cards from this brand new set to make a brand new deck. Crack a pack and such. Drink and such, and all that good stuff. So how's everyone doing today? Having a nice week so far, hopefully? I want to play the Slagstone Refinery, but I don't need it on my opening hand. There we go. Plus removal in the guise of borrowed time, so when they get their Shield Dread on turn 4, they won't be around for very long. Swift, so here's the brand new. Now, obviously, long-time Magic players, there's the whole history of 20,000 cards in Magic. Since I'm an Arena player and a Commander player, on Arena, we have a much more limited set. Instead of, 20,000, there's like, I don't know, 5,000, 10,000, 5,000. So not every card is in the set. They just added Swift Foot Boots, which is like a staple. Everyone plays this deck, plays that card in Commander. And now it's on Arena, so we'll see what shenanigans that card is going to do, and I'm going to get killed here probably in a mono black deck. I don't doubt it. Hey there, Gabe. I see you're over on Twitch. Fine, be on Twitch. Just kidding. But, okay, that's some good stuff. So, in the meantime, let's start to set ourselves up over here, sitting in the shed, sanding the walking stick. Getting ready to the stain and to the varnish. Very good. It's coming along. Alright, so perhaps the opponent doesn't know the full power and majesty of Oswald, so I'm surprised they haven't done any removal yet. And obviously they're going to do it right now. There it is. No problem. I have enough mana to bring it back, although... guess I'll set myself up with a bunch of stuff. Okay, they're going to have their... check it out. This is so classic. They have 5 mana. 4 mana for Shieldred, 1 mana to equip Swift Boots. Oh, okay. That's funny. I guess they want to do it next turn. Well, if Ayara is out, that's fine, because then... yeah, not equipping anything. Okay. I feel my computer's running a little bit slow, and I think it's because I've got another app running that I wanted to show everyone. I'm going to close that, I guess, in a moment, and then I think the game will run a little better. In the meantime, let's first tutor. Yeah, I definitely feel this is running slow. I don't know if you all can perceive that on your end, but going to close my other app in a moment. 4, 5, 6, 7. Do I need 7 mana? Sort of. Yeah, let me close this other app. I was going to show off some photos, but I think that's using up too much memory. cut it down a good amount. Alright, so definitely the opponent is a lot of removal and they're missing their land drops. How about... You're missing your land drops. How about you miss more of your land drops, opponent? Of course. Their 4th mana. Fell Spectre, I need to discard something? Fine. There we go, there's your 5th mana. You were gonna bring out Shieldred and give it haste. Oh well. Draw a card off of that. Play my land. And command the very day and night. Bad deal. Great. Both my amazing cards. And now they've got removal, so we're not, now we're at a disadvantage. That was a very bad deal for us. All my removal was there. Yep, but I can't mic drop it at the moment because now we've got Shieldred and that's a problem. Yeah, we're in trouble. Alright, well, if they hadn't had me discard the... Yeah, we're dead here. If they hadn't had me discard those 2 removal spells, we might have been able to make it. But this is not good. Alright, yeah, the game is running a little bit slow. I'm not sure why. Maybe do I have too many apps running? I thought I shut that down and that was better. Or I don't doubt, because they did the brand new update to Arena with the brand new cards. That always kind of messes up the game a little bit. Yeah, not really dropping frames, but it just feels slow. The game feels a little slow. Maybe I can close some web browser windows, but... Or maybe restart things. I'll try restarting in a moment after the... this game. Alright, so we're getting a mill deck. This is going to be nothing, although there's some brand new mill cards in this set. Probably Persistent Petitioner, turn 2. I'm sure they've got 90 of them in the deck. Nope. Okay, they're holding on to a counterspell, probably. If they do, GG opponent. Yep. Obvious player is obvious. If you're going to play a mill deck, why do you have a counterspell in there? Some people don't know how to build decks. MtG Arena allows you to see which of your friends are playing right now. You can challenge and chat with them whenever they are online. That sounds like a brand new advanced feature that has never previously existed, and I'm glad Magic Arena engineers have been able to add that capability. Yes, so I don't know the full story of things, and I hate I don't like that we are this stream can find so many nitpicks or negative things nowadays. I don't know if that's annoying to everyone, but I feel that every time we talk about magic stuff, we can always find things to nitpick. For example, this. Yes, the brand new set, The Brothers War, is the Urza and Mishra. Now, I don't know, I haven't really read the background history to know if it's now or back then. What I mean is, there was a certain point where the magic story is now. Every story that has happened since the 90s has been a progressing of the story of now, the present. I guess except for the alternate history of Dragons of Tarkir, Plane Shift, and such. But almost every other set, right? If you go back, let's just say, starting from Tarkir set, after that was Eldritch Moon, or actually, wasn't it Oath of the Gatewatch? Oath of the Gatewatch, Eldritch Moon, Amonkhet, Ixalan, Dominaria, or what was the other Dominaria? Dominaria something, the first Dominaria, etc., etc. Every set since Dragons of Tarkir 2015, 2016 has been now. The timeline of now. The Justice League now, and, you know, everything's been now. This new set is the Brothers' War, which in the Magic lore happened, I don't know, centuries ago? When you look at the last Dominaria set, there were the ruins of that time period. So, lore-wise, okay, so gameplay-wise, yay, more magic cards. Lore-wise, it's sloppy, isn't it? Why is Wizards doing a set of the past, and it's got characters of now? Saheeli, which came out in Kaladesh 2017, is in Brothers' War, and I thought Teferi was the only planeswalker that could go through time and stuff. So from the immersion of it all and the story-wise of it, and I haven't really read the story, what's going on, I don't know when this takes place, if some sort of portal opened up to the past, if everyone's jumping in, if the past is intruding on the present, I don't know what's going on. But it just feels like another example of Wizards being sloppy with their product, and maybe a lot of people are not really going to notice or care. Just cool new cards, yay. But perhaps some people that are a little bit more into the lore and such of it all are going to be like, what's going on here? So, hey there, Team Teeks, welcome. It's yet another Saturday, as X number of days have passed. We are back. It's a whole 360, and we're back on another Saturday. 1 week older, 1 week wiser. So, anyway, that's the brand new set that's coming out. It just came out officially today. It previewed on digital last week. I haven't gotten any of the cards yet. I don't have any physical cards at the moment. But we do have other cards to open up. We'll open them up in a moment. And, awesome. Fortnite has that option too, except you have to have other players on your friends list. Well, yeah, that's just multiplayer on an online game. It's kind of funny that they're touting, like, we have this ability that every game has. But, you know, more ways to play more good, bad grammar aside. Okay, now here, let's roll the die. Okay, all of you, send me your power. Send me your power to have the random probability generator fall in my care. I missed a land. I might get a land if I play this card. All of you, send me your good vibes, and hopefully if I play this card, it will draw me a land. Okay, 3, 2, 1, feel it in your heart. I didn't get a land. You all didn't try hard enough. You didn't conjure a land from your heart. You did see a cinematic that Teferi jumped to the past to save Ajani and Jaya. Find out. Oh, okay. That's that would make some sense. Yeah, that's cool. That yeah, because they're all getting Phyrexianized. So I don't doubt that would be something to do to go back in time shenanigans. Good point. So I need to watch the cinematic, or I need to read the lore. They have a whole bunch of new stories on the website. Everyone's saying it's very good lore, so I should do that at some point. Little wizard. Well, we obviously all know that I have emoji, or whatever you call these things on the platforms, because if you... Sorry, opponent, I just got to show this off. If you're on Twitch, you can, of course, do a :VMC, and then you get all of these cool little emojis that will pop up right there. Those are on Twitch. Or if you do them over here on YouTube, those pop up. We all know this, right? All right, what am I doing here? Mr. Land Drop. So let's go get a land. 4 mana. How about... yeah, one of these buddies. They got the monster manual. It's an artifact. You may put a creature card. Uh-oh, we're dead. Oh, that's not so bad, actually. I thought they were going to put something actually scary. A 4/3 dragon? That's not scary. Monster manual. Oops, that's also very good. Ultipic Huntmaster, that's also very good. Fine, what do we do about that? And then I missed a land drop there. Okay, so... can pay that. Hit that. Play that. Go get one of my favorite cards, the statue. You have enough mana to then set up double statues in a moment. Sent the YouTube link on the Discord. Thank you. I will check that in a bit. Oh, this is the card that... Sunblessed Mount. Isn't that one card that was... Yeah, that's the one that was way back in the old days of 2017. Hold on, let me finish my thought. One moment. Let's instead remove their will to live with a well-placed Paradox Engine. Placed Paradox Engine, which doubles this little old golem. We have 37 life, eh? Alright, they'll probably play Huatli and then hit my Oswald. That'll be annoying. They can play their Rith. Ward 2, that's pretty strong. Oops, they're going to Arcane Signet instead. Okay, no problem. Alright, so let us do some attacks over here. That's 8 damage. We don't need any of those there. What else do I have in this 6 mana and the 7 mana slot? Platinum Angel, but that's not too impressive. It is and it isn't, right? But how about we do this? Let's try to grab something this way. Okay. Zakama. That ends the game right there. So, GG, opponent. Nine mana to win the game. I think that's a fair trade. But we got our gold and XP. So at the very least... What you won. That's what I heard. What you won. That's what we won. We won some gold and XP. Alright, so that was the gold digging for the moment. Let's do a first break. I'm going to get my drink. Then we're going to do a cracker pack. Here's a preview. Here's a preview of what's coming, actually. So tell me in the chat as I take a break in a moment. Here's the packs we're going to crack. I don't have magic cards at the moment, but I have these. And here we will have Democracy in Action. As I take my break, s'il vous plaît, if all of you that are in the chat could put your opinion on which of these should I open up. And we'll open them up right after the break, so put it there in the chat. We have the William Stout Lost Worlds Collector's Cards. So it's like a dinosaur. I think it's like a dinosaur focused cards, or maybe like Conan the Barbarian dinosaur sorts of things. Or we have the Pro Set Superstars music cards, a rock and roll collection. So I guess it's music groups. Now all of these packs are from the 90s, so keep that in mind. Everything here is from the 90s. So we have music cards over here. Then we've got over here the Alien Worlds of Wayne Barlow collector cards from Image 10-pack. Okay, so right here it's going to be like alien creatures and like Star Trek, Star Wars sorts of things. And then over here, we're going to have the Jim Lee's Wildcats. Obviously, if you're a kid of the 90s and we're into comics, you know Wildcats. Basically a superhero team, the wild, covert action teams from Image Comics. Generation 1 Image Comics. Happy birthday, Image Comics, 30 years. So I'm gonna take my break, talk amongst yourselves right there. Tell me in the chat which one you want me to open, and then we'll do that right after the break. So that's what's in store there. BRB. All right, we're back. Let me check what people wrote here. Where is it? Here. All right. So, 2.5 votes for an answer, and we'll open dinosaurs then. Let me have a little sip of my drink. This is a variation of a Negroni, and I haven't tasted it yet. Pretty nice. Got some good flavors going on there. All right, let's open up dinos. Go over to the cards. As by popular demand, we'll open up these dinosaurs over here. Probably get to these also later in the stream. Why not? But, let's see. Let's look at this again carefully. So, William Stout, Lost Worlds, Collector's Cards by Image. Look for special chromium cards, 10 per pack. So, this is obviously stuff from the 90s, or made in the 90s, because they had to put in, like, these chromium cards, like the gimmick cards and all of that. So, let me try to open this up a little bit here. Okay. So, okay, backside, we're going to see some amount of text, a number, I guess, the name of the card, a little bit of text, copyright info. So we'll start on this side over here. Let's look at the fronts, and then we'll come back to the backs in a moment. So I have no idea how this angel character fits in with... Okay, well, here's the bias. Lost Worlds. We're already thinking Jurassic Park, The Lost World. What year are these from, anyway? Is there any date on the back of these? It's so shiny I can't even read it. We'll look for a date in a moment. I know this is from the 90s, but I'm trying to think, is this before or after Jurassic Park? So we had the bias of, oh, Lost World, Jurassic Park. But just by looking at the very first card, most likely it just means fantasy, you know, lost worlds of wizards and dinosaurs. I don't know. But anyway, here's our first card. I think it looks very nice. This very ethereal character, almost monochromatic. This sort of spirit character. And we have, okay, here we go. Here's a dinosaur or 5. So that's cool. We have the main dinosaur, although it's a little too dark. You know, I'm not the artiste here, but I would say if this is your main dinosaur, it's a little darker than it should be. These over here seem to have the spotlight on them. See how their heads are spotlighted, their bodies are a little darker. Then you have this sort of spotlight in the painting where you have light and then dark. But then this main dinosaur here doesn't have enough of the light on it, so it's a little weird. Pterodactyls and such. Over here. Is this the same art, but then they just put it on 2 cards? Nah, this has more of a bump on the top of the head over here compared to this one. Yeah, the snout is longer, I guess. All right, so big, old, regal dinosaur. This would look perfect for Return to Ixalan cards, right? And then some sort of land mass over there. There's some text over here. There's some very tiny text that I cannot read. It seems to be a dedication. It seems to say to something. I don't know if you all can see it. I don't think it's even visible. Oh yeah, it actually looks even better on the camera. To my brother. Something 1983. Brachiosaurus juvenile. Oh, there we go. There's some Conan type of warrior barbarian guy. Ooh, this looks pretty cool. Oh, wait a minute. He-Man Motu? Masters of the Universe? Is this like version 0 of He-Man? Did William Stout... We're going to read the backs in a moment, and I bet it's going to reveal all. But was this like a version... Was this a prototype version of He-Man? Amazing. And then we got a little wolf. in this forest, sprite and such, protecting it, mushrooms and things, cool composition on that. Yeah, we'll get back to it in a moment. That would have been a great action figure. Next up, oh, what are we looking at? So, a bird astronaut sort of thing. I always love it when they do detail on outfits. Got the double bandolier, pouches, alien world. Here's another dino. All right, this one is 99%. Again, the artist is always right. But composition-wise, graphic design-wise, I wonder why they don't have the little bit of the tail here. If they had just moved it over just a little bit, you wouldn't have this little bit of an awkward cropping of the tail. Colors look great on the sky, very realistic, little puny wings and everything. It's one of the Star Fox crew. Do a barrel roll. Oh yeah, it's Falco, isn't it? From Star Fox. Interesting art, definitely in the style of Masters of the Universe. There's, remember, Marvel Masterpieces. Oh yeah, Marvel Masterpieces. I have the full collection of Series 1 from back in the day. I tried to collect Series 2 and such. Those are things that we can look at one day, or I could do a whole long-form YouTube video on those. Yeah, I'll probably do one of those at some point. Here's a bunch of dinosaurs asleep in a nice little after-dinner respite. And then lastly, a Phyrexian portal. So some sort of portal thing going on. Creature on the other side. The little puny arms. All right, so those are the fronts of all of these cards. William Stout, Lost World, where we thought, yeah, it's going to be dinosaurs. But it's all fantasy, sci-fi, etc. with dinosaurs thrown in there. Pretty cool. I like the art overall. Let's look at some of the backs of these. Number 40 out of I don't know how many. Stout was the Martian production designer for the 1985 remake of Invaders from Mars, designing the Martians, their culture, their architecture, and their weapons. So, okay, this is printed in 93. Jurassic Park came out in 92. So Stout worked on a movie called Martian. Oh no, a movie called Invaders from Mars, 1985. Okay, I'm curious. Let's look at that online, actually. Let's jump over to the web browser over here. Let's look up the movie that this is claiming to be of. Invaders from Mars, which is an 80s remake, probably of a 50s movie. Invaders from Mars, 86 and 53, just like I said. Let's look a little bit about the 86 version. Invaders from Mars. I think that poster suddenly looks familiar. Like from the vague recesses of my mind. I don't know if any of you remember it, but that poster suddenly seems a little familiar. And there was more laissez-faire parenting and all of that. And then I went on to something else. Can we pause this? Yeah. So it feels like back then they would more easily make a sort of horror movie kids that if you were a kid in the right age, it would traumatize you your whole life. And if you're too old for it, it wouldn't. Like the original Return to Oz. Well, the original Return to Oz. That was a traumatic movie. If you saw the original Wizard of Oz and then Return to Oz when you were young, that movie messed you up your whole life. And that kind of vaguely feels like that. Vaguely like that. You remember the movie? Is this with the alien spaceship? I don't remember. That lands near the house and then eventually visited by the character in the movie. Sounds like it. A boy tries to stop aliens who have taken over his town and are attempting to brainwash its inhabitant. Directed by Tobe Hooper. He directed Texas Chainsaw Massacre. So Obviously more family friendly, but if you worked on that. So who's in this? Karen Black, Hunter Carson, Timothy Bottoms, Lorraine Newman, James Karen, Bud Court, Louise Fletcher, she was Kai Wynn in Star Trek Deep Space Nine. The best Star Trek of all, of course. So who else is here? Toby Hooper, Richard Blake, Dan O'Bannon. Dan O'Bannon, I believe he also worked on Alien. Alien Part 1. Remake of the 50s. Ooh, someone's got their email address. Send them an email, loh@sfu.ca. Tell them VM Campo sent you. Rated PG. Okay, well, the aliens in there. That is the meandering way of tying it all together to this, that William Stout, the artist featured on these cards, was the designer of the aliens of that movie. And now we know. Over here. Sleep. William Stout's first museum exhibition was Death of the Dinosaurs. It was a group show held in '82 at the LA Griffith Observatory, where Rebel Without a Cause takes place. James Dean. And includes this 1980 painting from The Dinosaurs, a fantastical new view of a lost era, in which several protoceratopses huddled together like puppies for warmth in a cold night in prehistoric Mongolia. So, yep, huddled together like puppies. Centrosaurus. Stout and Ray Bradbury have collaborated on 3 occasions so far. Bradbury wrote the introduction to Stout's The Dinosaurs. Stout was the key illustrator for Bradbury's Dinosaur Tales, and Stout recently, 30 years ago, painted the cover to the first issue of Ray Bradbury's comics. Oh, okay, I have that comic, actually. Needless to say, both men share a love and enthusiasm of dinosaurs. All right, let's look up a couple of things here. More digressions here. Let's look up if we see any William Stout. NASA launched Artemis 1, an uncrewed test flight to the moon. Okay, NASA just launched the new ship, Artemis 1. All right, here we go. William Stout. Born in 1949. He's still around, and I'm not a math magician, so let's see here. 2022, 1949. He is 73 years old. American Fantasy Illustrator, etc. Okay, he's still around. Looks like a cool guy. 2006. Ray Bradbury, I believe, has passed away. And I don't know when. I know Asimov died in 92 or so. I remember that because I was in middle school and we were writing reports on him and stuff. Or was that Dr. Seuss? Dr. Seuss died in 92, I think, and then Asimov. When did Isaac Asimov? Asimov. When did Mr. Asimov? 92 also. Okay, I guess Dr. Seuss also died in 92. The world lost many minds. 92. 91. Ooh, okay, I got those mixed up there. And then Bradbury. Ray Bradbury in 2012. Oh, way more recently than that. And lastly, he mentions that he did the cover to Bradbury's Techno Comics issue number 1. Oh yeah, they changed their name to Big. Here we go. Lost Universe. Anyway, that was something out of E.T. Well, that was like an evil E.T. Like, that was a scary... E.T. had scary things, but that one seemed way scarier. Big Bird, legally distinct Big Bird. This is a huge paragraph. I'm not going to read that. William Stout is saying stuff about prehistoric Antarctica. That looks like a cool creature there too. I wonder if some of this art in the back is also part of other cards, because that little creature there looks fun. And then this one here too. So then here... Oh, is it? Did I accidentally? Yeah, I did. I accidentally didn't show this card. It must have gotten stuck between some of them, but I didn't show this one a moment ago. All right, dinosaur, Centrosaurus. Wait a minute. Okay, I read the back, but I didn't show the front, I guess. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Here's Falco. Let's see what we see about Falco Star Fox version 0.0. Rings of Saturn. This 1963 paperback cover for Byron Preece's Visual Publications' Time Machine series was drawn and painted on weekends by Stout while he was living in Mexico City, working for the Conan the Destroyer film. Conan the Destroyer was filmed in Mexico City? Oh, I never knew that. That was 83-ish. Conan the Destroyer, of course, was part 2. Conan the Barbarian was part 1. I saw the Destroyer way more times than... Let me ask all of you there, if you remember seeing the original Schwarzenegger Conan movies. Conan the Barbarian with Tulsa Doom, Tulsa Doom was Edward James Olmos? No, wait. Not Edward James Olmos. Who's the voice of Darth Vader? Edward James Olmos? No. I swear I've only taken 2 sips of that drink, but I'm forgetting. Who was the voice of Darth Vader? Help me out, chat. The voice of Darth Vader. Obviously, we can look it up, but I'm sure everyone in the chat's going to type it in way faster than I can look it up. James Earl Jones? James Earl Jones, is that right? James Earl Jones, right? He was the voice of Darth Vader. So Tulsa Doom. So part 1 was, the origin of Conan, and he had Sabotai and Valeria with him, and the wizard Akiro, and at one point Conan is killed, and then he's resurrected. And then Conan the Destroyer, he has to go with his whole party over to find the gem of whatever, and then Wilt Chamberlain is also there, Bombata, and there's an evil shapeshifter demon thing or whatever. Anyway, what were we talking about? Oh yeah, Rings of Saturn. And then here's a fun little spaceship full of everyone. Anytime USA, here we come. Wolf Fairy. Some of Stout's biggest influences are turn of the century children's book. You met David Prowse at Comic-Con. He portrayed... Yes, he was the one actually in the costume. David Prowse. Turn of the century children's book and fairy tale illustrations, like Arthur Rackham's, Edmund Dulac, Kay Nielsen, and William Heath Robinson, but to name a few. So, yeah, woodcuts and such. Children's book illustrations, turn of the century. Okay, here we go. This is the one that I put. So this is a prototype of He-Man. Let's look at some of the details here. Eternian Skull Protector. Remember, he was He-Man of Eternia. It doesn't look it's going to protect very much. And we have here found armor. Found or scavenged, I suppose. What does that say? High-tech mailed arm. Boot flap up. boot flap down. 1986. Wait a minute, that says Mobius, doesn't that? 1986 Mobius, William Stout. So they worked on it together. Did Mobius work on Motu? Mobius and William Stout. Wow. All right, here we go. Let's finally read this. Hero of the Universe. William Stout was the production designer for the 1986 movie. Okay, the movie Masters of the Universe. Stout collaborated with his friend Mobius in redesigning the costume and look of the film's hero He-Man. Okay, now it makes sense. This wasn't prototype He-Man Masters of the Universe Saturday morning cartoon show. Nope. This was the redesign of He-Man from the movie Masters of the Universe, often regarded as one of the worst movies ever. Obviously, if you saw it when you were a kid, you loved it. I haven't seen it in 35 years. I'm sure it's horrible, but I have good memories of it. And this was the redesign of that, along with Mobius, another big name in the world of comics. Tech armor, like Man-at-Arms, yeah. These random cards have great artwork. Yep, definitely William Stout. And it is so random, isn't it? We got dinosaurs and tech stuff and fantasy stuff. Funny story, Prowse was a bit perturbed that I wanted a free autograph. Okay, I didn't want to say anything until you said it, but I've heard that David Prowse is not the nicest guy to hang out with. And he is a little bit miffed that still, 40 years later, that they didn't use his voice underneath the mask, and instead James Earl Jones was the one that did the voice. So you saw it there that, you know, getting a free autograph, they're like, how dare this impertinent child ask me for a free autograph? I was Darth Vader. So, yep, I guess it's true. You remember the live action? Yep, I don't, and you agree that it was not good. Yep, it was, you know, you were growing up, if you were growing up in the 80s, that stuff was amazing, but then when it made the leap to the big screen, it just didn't work out. And even when they did the Transformers movie that was animated, like the cartoon show, it was just too different. Fun fact, Leonard Nimoy was the voice of Unicron. Unicron or Unicron? Anyway, number 17, Brachiosaurus Juvenile. The Young Brachiosaurus by Stout greeted lucky members inside an invitation to 1985 special event at the California Academy of Sciences in San Francisco. Yes, that's the Darth Vader in him. The dark side is strong in him. So that's that dinosaur. We got some more dinosaurs over here. The Camarasaurus. I gotta send this to Geo. He is currently using his online name of Camarus. I don't know if that is related to the Camarasaurs. He might want to know that. Stout had been a member of the Society of Vertebrae Paleontology since the early 80s. He is well known for his paintings of dinos, such as these Camarasauruses, and they are related to the better-known Brontosaurus, and indeed, for quite some time, Brontosaurus skeletons mistakenly sported Camarasaur skulls. So they look very similar, and when they were reconstructing them, they were putting them together wrong. That's funny. And lastly, then we'll get to some gameplay. We have this, which is Angel of the Moon. Stout wanted to avoid the traditional angelic dove wings in this design for 1982 film Date with an Angel. And then we got some really funny vintage style cartoon cops and robbers. 1982 film Date with an Angel. So he wanted to avoid the traditional angelic dove wings. I don't know off the top of my head how different this is from regular dove wings. They look like bird wings. So I'm not sure if Stout fully succeeded. I guess if he's looking at his reference material, no, that's actually eagle's wings. Anyway, what is Date with an Angel, the 1982 film Date with an Angel? Never heard of that one before. Date with an Angel. with an angel, not an angle. There we go, 87. An aspiring composer discovers a broken-winged beautiful angel in his swimming pool. Isn't that what happened in the movie Splash? When everyone finds out, he must deal with his jealous fiancée, his future father-in-law, and his friends who have business plans. Director Tom McLaughlin. Oh, well, at least Phoebe Cates is in the movie. But Emmanuel Viert is the angel. Philip Brock, David Dukes, Michael E. Knight. Don't recognize anyone else here. Yep, some movie that flew under the radar. 1987, although this one says 82. Is designed for the 1982 film Date with an Angel. Don't tell me that they made an 82 version and then an 87 version. Date with an Angel. Date with an Angel 2012. Date with the Angels 1957. Don't Mess with an Angel 2008. Angel with an Attitude. Looks like moth wings. Oh yeah. Yep, so good job, Stout. Okay, so those were random cards. I've never opened these cards in my life. I was at the comic shop a while ago, a few months ago, and I just got a bunch of random cards. What's funny about the local comic shop, for those of you here in San Diego, comics and stuff, at various comics and stuffs, they have huge warehouses of just abandoned stuff, and then they put it out for sale once in a while. And I saw a bunch of cards, random cards, and I got a bunch of random cards, and I said, hey, let's open them in the stream once in a while or on a YouTube video. So I'd never heard of these cards. I don't think I ever saw these back in the 90s. I was definitely into the Marvel cards and all of that. Never saw these. So cool cards overall. And later in the stream we'll open one of the other ones as well. But that was the crack-a-pack for the moment before we get to some gameplay. So what do y'all think? Did you like some of those cards? Were they weird? Did they have cool stuff? Not to be confused with the campy primetime television series Touched by an Angel, yes. I never saw that one, but I know that it was very popular for a long time. It probably went on for 10 years or something, at least, Touched by an Angel. No, I'm thinking of a different one. I'm thinking of Highway to... I'm thinking of Highway to Heaven. Touched by an Angel... 1994 to 2003. Okay. Yeah, I never saw that one either. Charmed. I would vote for Charmed because Shannon Doherty was in that one. All right, let's do some gameplay. So here's the thing. Let's look at the brand new set, Brothers War. Just came out. And we can look at the whole set here in general, and then I want to build a deck out of a new card that popped out here. Well, if you want a supernatural, you obviously, number one, X-Files. So let's look at it this way. Let's look at all of the... First, we'll look at all the mythic cards in the new set. Obviously, I have almost none of them. The set just came out. Let's see what's something that stands out. Urza's Silex. So we previously had Golgothan Silex, which destroyed all cards from Antiquities, right? We had Karn's Silex in the last set, which destroyed things. Let's see the new Silex here. 3 mana, legendary artifact. So this is what I was saying. In the new set, it's an artifact-focused deck, and we've seen before artifact-focused decks have been big trouble. Generic mana is big trouble because everyone can play the cards. So Wizards has focused this set on generic cost, but then colored activated ability. So depending on the format, it's not as powerful anymore like they used to be, that an artifact costed any color. Now they're adding color to try to tamp down the power a bit. All right, pay 4 mana in white. Tap, exile this. Each player chooses 6 lands they control. Destroy all other permanents. Activate only as a sorcery. When this is put into exile from the battlefield, you may pay 2. If you do, search your library for a planeswalker, reveal it, put it into your hand, and shuffle. That's interesting. So 3, 4, 5, 6, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 mana to destroy everything except 6 lands. Everyone gets to pick 6 lands. 6 lands. You can pick your multicolored lands and keep those, not just your single colored lands. Any lands. Your Maze of Ith, for example. So everyone picks 6 lands and everything gets destroyed. Sorcery speed. So if you have 7 mana on your turn, you can reset the board. If you play this on turn 3 mana, and have it ready there for later, well, everyone knows what's coming, so that's not a big surprise. Then, actually, you need 9 mana to really make this work. You have the 3 mana to cast it, the 4 mana to destroy everything, 2 more mana when you destroy everything to go tutor for any planeswalker. And then you'll have a planeswalker ready for next turn. So that could be some shenanigans right there. Destroy everything and then everyone starts over, but then you get to go get a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. What, my math? 1, 2, 3, 4, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, 9. You get to go get your own planeswalker. Myrel, Shield of Argive. 4 mana, 3/4 human soldier. During your turn, your opponents cannot cast spells or activate abilities of artifacts, creatures, or enchantments. But you can... No, wait. During your opponents can't cast spells or activate abilities. Oh, that does not shut down activated abilities of creatures. Tricky. Whenever this attacks, create X 1/1 colorless soldiers, where X is the number of soldiers you control. Perfect for a soldier-focused deck. Mono-white soldier deck. When Myrel attacks, you make a 1/1, and then next time you make 2 1/1s, and the next time you make 4, and then after that 8, and so forth. So it can keep building upon itself. So it's definitely an attacking focused card. Now again, I focus mostly on Historic Brawl or Commander. So I'm always thinking of cards that way, or Draft. But this is a soldiers / tokens aggro sort of deck. So let's say every turn you're playing a 1 mana soldier, 2 mana soldier, 3 mana soldier, 4 mana soldier with Myrel. Turn 5, then you're attacking with at least 4 creatures and you're making at least 4 soldiers, and then it keeps building upon itself, and then you put anthem effects and they get even bigger and bigger. Splatoon Dispenser. 5 mana, 4/6 artifact creature construct at the beginning of your end step. If you control 2 or more other creatures, draw a card, pay 4 in white, create a 1/1 soldier. Unearth. What does Unearth do again? Return this card from your graveyard to the battlefield. Okay, it's the flashback for creatures. So you can play it again from the graveyard, but then it must die at the end of the turn. Exile it at the beginning of the next end step. at the beginning of your end step. So these things will happen at the same time. So obviously you have this happen first, and then the kill itself. Okay. So is it just me, or do the faces of these new little artifact soldier critters look like the faces of the droids from the Phantom Menace? Right? The whole what was the name of the whole bad guys of the Phantom Menace? The what were the names of the factions of the Phantom Menace? There was I can't think, but you'll all help me. But anyway, they look like the faces of the little droids from the Phantom Menace, the prequels. Surge Engine, 2 mana, construct 3/2, defender, blue activated abilities. 3. So here we go. We got a stealth planeswalker. Battle droids. That sounds right. Yeah, battle droids. The little battle droids from the prequel trilogy. That sounds right. Not a Star Wars fan. Where's the ban button? YouTube. Where do I select to ban a user from my YouTube? Just kidding. Surge Engine, 2 mana, 3/2, defender. Blue. Loses defender. Okay, so you pay 2 mana to get a 3/2, then later you pay a blue to make it be able to attack. Okay. 3 mana. This becomes blue and has base power 5/4. Activate only if Surge Engine. Doesn't have defender. Okay, it's one of these. It's these sort of like power up abilities or level up abilities that you have to do every turn. However, this is mythic. Okay, this better be worth it. 6 mana. Draw 3 cards. Activate only if Surge Engine is blue and only once. Now this is only once for the whole game. Forever. So this is a horrible card. You have to pay 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. You have to pay 12 mana ultimately in total to draw 3 cards. Yes, in the path to that, you start off with a 3/2, and then eventually it's a 3/2 attacker, and then eventually it's a 5/4, and then eventually you can draw 3 cards. But ultimately you're paying 12 mana. This card is a trap. There's no way this card is ever good. If you can reduce the cost of its starting point, there's various cards that can reduce the cost of your artifacts and spells, and maybe you get a 0 cost Surge Engine, but you're still gonna pay the 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 mana eventually to draw 3 cards. This card's a trap. Teferi is back. Mono blue Teferi. Teferi Temporal Pilgrim. Whenever you draw a card, put a loyalty counter on Teferi. Ooh, so every time you draw cards, you're playing blue, you're gonna draw cards all the time. And by that time you lose the game. Exactly. Like 12 mana, if you have 12 mana, do something good with it, not draw 4 cards. So every time you draw a card, Teferi gets stronger. 0 loyalty, draw a card. So that's amazing. 0 mana, draw a card, +1 loyalty. And then obviously you're playing a lot of blue card draws. You're getting it even bigger. -2. Create a 2/2 blue spirit creature token with vigilance, and whenever you draw a card, put a +1 counter on this creature. Okay, now that's even more amazing. Now you're making your 2/2 even bigger every time you draw a card. In blue, you're going to draw cards, no problem. And then every time you draw a card, you put a counter on this. Hey, wait a minute. There must be a way to make this go infinite, right? Because, well, you can only activate once per turn. Never mind. I was going to say you can -2, make a spirit, draw cards. Teferi +1s himself, draw more cards, +1, -2 again. If you've got the Chain Veil, yes, you can activate the ability twice. Or I think Oath of Teferi lets you activate abilities twice. So that's how they keep it in check, to not make infinite spirits. It's on a Planeswalker, you can only do it once per turn, normally. -12, target opponent chooses a permanent they control. Target opponent chooses a permanent, one permanent they control, including a land, and returns it to their hand. Then they shuffle each non-land permanent they control to its owner's library. Then they shuffle each non-land permanent. Alright, so target opponent chooses a permanent. Okay, so you say opponent, pick anything you want. So then they get to pick and they get to put it back to their hand. Then everything else besides lands gets thrown back to their library. They kept all their lands, so they're going to be able to cast stuff back from their hand, but everything else on the battlefield gets tossed back to the library. So you missed it, Gabe, when Stevie and myself and Aiden played Magic a few days ago. Eventually, in my mono blue deck, I took over the game. So, should I put that in my mono blue deck? Because it's mono blue. Moving on here, Arcane Proxy. Okay, so here's the new prototype ability. Arcane Proxy. 7 mana, you get a 4/3. Okay. Or, prototype. Pay 3 mana, you get a 2/1. Prototype. You may cast this spell with different mana cost. Its color, power, and toughness. You may cast the spell with different mana cost, color, power, toughness. It keeps its abilities and types. So, you can pay the 7 and get a 4/3, or you can pay a 3 and get a 2/1. Either way, they're both a wizard. When this enters the battlefield, if you cast it, exile target instant or sorcery card with mana value less than or equal to this power from your graveyard. Copy it. You may cast a copy without paying its cost. When this enters, so you don't even have to cast it. When this enters... No, wait a minute. When this enters, if you cast it... Ugh, this complicated... half price, half power, but also look at what the rest of the text says, because then, based on the cost that you paid, then you get a free spell. When this enters the battlefield, if you cast it, exile instant or sorcery with mana value less than or equal to from your graveyard. Okay, so if I cast it for the half cost, I can replay an instant or sorcery of mana value 3 or less for free. No, of 2 or less. When this enters, exile your instant or sorcery from your graveyard with mana value less than or equal to the power. Yeah, so if you pay for the half cost, any instant or sorcery of 2 mana, I get for free. If I pay the 7, then it's a 4/3, and I can free cast a 4 mana spell. Yeah, this is the new set. I haven't played it at all. The set just came out officially today. It came out last week on Arena after the stream, I guess, or something. But I have not played the cards yet. This is our first time kind of looking at them. I'm going to make a deck out of some of them in a moment, but this is the new set, yes. Sorry you missed it. Yeah, no problem. Of course, things come in the way, get in the way, but we'll have a game next time. Probably next week, too. Makes sense. Cool card. A bit of sacrifice has to be made. Looks like Mysterio. Yeah, the head part of it, right? Or I guess even the cloak. Did Mysterio have a cloak? Yeah, he's always had a cloak. So a bit of Mysterio. So yeah, either pay 7 mana, you get a free spell for 4. Or pay 3 mana, you get a free spell for 2. Interesting. One with the multiverse. 8 mana enchantment. You may look at the top card of your library anytime. You may play lands and cast spells from the top. Once during each of your turns, you may cast a spell from your hand or the top of your library without paying its mana cost. So for 1,000,000 mana, you get to always look at the top of your library, and once per turn, play whatever's on the top for free. So obviously if you have a way to put what you want onto the top, that'll be amazing. And play lands from the top. Cast spells from the top. So yeah, you can play anything from the top of the library at any time and one time for free. Cool. Pretty fun. Oh, I realized I skipped the first one here because I went straight to the Silex. In the Trenches, enchantment. For white, all your creatures get +1. Cool. 6 mana. Exile target non-land permanent you don't control until this leaves. Activate only as a sorcery and only once in your whole life. Okay, well, that's interesting. It's interesting how Magic can just evolve and go to these different directions and stuff. Because I was going to say, that's amazing. 6 mana to start exiling your opponent's stuff, but then they put in activate only once. And here's again, I know there's a lot of smart people at Wizards of the Coast, but I swear, there are several times that they have their cards, and I swear I could do it better. And it's just like simple things. Like even right here, creatures you control get +1. If they simply worded that as all your creatures get +1, I think that makes a lot of sense, especially for beginners and such. Here, activate only as a sorcery and only once. Yeah, I guess you can understand only once means only once, but that should say activate only as a sorcery and only once per game. Because there's no other way. Like, okay, can you bounce this back to your hand, play it, and then do its thing again? I think you can, because objects don't remember their status when they change zones, is my understanding. When something is on the battlefield and gets out of the battlefield and comes back to the battlefield, it doesn't remember what it previously was, unless the card says. So, I believe you can break the only once clause by getting it off of the battlefield somehow and back onto the... Just flicker it. Yeah, just flicker it. It forgets. It gets exiled. It forgets. It comes back. It's a brand new thing. And only once can be done again. Now, yes, the whole point of doing the 6 exile is exile their thing for as long as this thing is on the battlefield. So as soon as you flicker that away, their thing comes back, and then this comes back, and you can do it again only once. It's just semantics and rules and wow. But anyway, obviously, don't just patronize me, but obviously that makes sense, right? This should have said activate only once per game, even though you can flicker it, even though you wouldn't want to, because then you'll lose what you exiled. Although maybe you exiled, no, wait a minute, you exiled something that you thought was a threat, and then something that is a worse threat comes along, so you flicker this to then do the 6 exile. It's way too many hoops to jump through, but there we go, I just broke it. Random, but was watching a cool movie earlier, Slumbering with Jason Momoa. Gonna fish it, pretty Jason Momoa. He was Aquaman, right? We get Gix itself, so all of this talk of Gix, and Gix is finally a card. Gix, Yawgmoth Praetor. 3 mana, 3/3 Phyrexian Praetor. Whenever a creature deals combat damage to one of your opponents, its controller may pay 1. Whenever a creature deals combat damage to a player, its controller, the controller of Gix. See again, the grammar part of it here. Whenever a creature deals combat damage to one of your opponents, whenever any creature, see again, instead of a creature, it should have been any creature. Whenever any creature deals combat damage to one of your opponents, its controller may pay 1 life. If they do, they draw a card. Hey, wait a minute. So, if Johnny attacks Jenny, and Johnny pays 1, they draw a card? if that's how that works, that's not good. Why would you give your opponent, especially in multiplayer, why would you give your opponent, obviously on a 1v1 this is great, because it'll never trigger for the opponent. In a multiplayer, though, the opponents are not attacking you. Whenever a creature deals combat damage to one of your opponents, yeah, if they hit you with their creature, they'll never gain that. But if Johnny hits Jenny, they can pay the 1 and draw the card. Back in Baywatch, also on Baywatch back in the... Jason Momoa was in Baywatch? No, he wasn't. He would have been like 12 years old. Jason Momoa was barely like 28 or something, right? Okay, next we have 7 mana, discard X cards, exile the top X cards of target opponent's library. You may play lands and cast spells from among the exile this way without paying. Okay, so you steal your opponent's stuff for 7 mana, but you have to then discard your own cards. Okay. Look it up, not making it up. Okay. Oh, Baywatch Hawaii. Okay, Baywatch Hawaii, the one that came out like 2 years ago, right? Not the one from the 90s with David Hasselhoff? Okay, I believe that, but not. I thought we were talking about the one from the 90s. Yeah, Baywatch in the 90s, the one true Baywatch. Okay, here's one of these 7 mana huge creatures. Phyrexian Flesh Gorger. 7 mana worm. 7/5. Menace Lifelink Ward. Or pay 3 mana to get it for 3/3. Pay life equal to the Phyrexian Flesh Gorger's power. Ooh, okay, so if you cast it for 3, you get a 3/3 Ward 3. So the opponent has to pay 3 extra mana to destroy it. Cool. If you pay 7 mana, you get a 7/5, and the opponent has to pay an extra 7 to target it. So that's what they're doing with this prototype. You get half a creature for the half cost, but you also get half of an ability. So that's interesting. This is how they're trying to protect from artifacts going crazy in this set. Draconic Destiny, 3 mana, Enchantment Aura. Enchant a creature. Creature gets +1, has flying and haste, and has pay 1. This creature gets +1 until end of turn. It's a dragon in addition to the other types. When a enchanted creature dies, return this to the owner's hand. Okay, cool. It's the newest generation of the fire breathing effect, where you can pay mana to make your... to give it +1. Although it's better than fire breathing. Fire breathing was traditionally +1/+0. This gives it a +1. Oh no, it does there. Never mind. It gives it the +1/+1 with the enchantment, and then you pay the 1 to give it the +1. And you make it a dragon. And you give it flying, and you give it haste. That's really fun. So if you're playing some kind of red deck, make your dragon bigger. And then when the creature dies, you get that back. Now here's a flavor fail. This card's amazing, but here's a flavor fail. When that creature dies, return this to your hand. That's what phoenixes do, not dragons. And this Draconic Destiny is turning a creature into a dragon. Dragons don't have that comes back to life ability. That's phoenixes. So that's a flavor fail right there. They should have waited. This card was already good enough. But the resurrection part of it, the phoenix part of it, they should have printed it on an actual phoenix. Phoenoxic Destiny, right? They should have made a phoenix-focused enchantment, not a dragon one. So, flavor fail. Skitterbeam Battalion, 9 mana for a 4/4, or prototype it for 5 mana. Trample and haste. When this enters, if you cast it, create 2 tokens that are copies of it. Wow, look at that. If you pay 9 mana, you get 3 4/4s with trample and haste. Don't tell Geo about that card in his mono red deck. That's really cool. If you pay the half cost, you get 3 2/2s. So that's puny, although they all get haste and trample for 5 mana. 5 mana, 3 2/2s with trample and haste. 9 mana, 3/4/4s, trample and haste. That is fun. Almost done here. Titania finally has a card. There had been cards alluding to this elemental, but now Titania has a card. Titania, Voice of Gaia, 3 mana. Oh, also, spoiler alert, Meld is back. If you didn't play during Innistrad Eldritch Moon 2016 or so, 2015, Meld is the ability to combine 2 cards together, like Transformers, to get a brand new super card. You have to jump through a bunch of hoops to get to that, as we will see here. Meld. Melding a pair of cards results in a single combined permanent. Copies cannot be melded. You hated Meld. There's not a lot of them, but Meld has returned, I believe, in 3 cards. Don't worry, it's not a lot of them. It's just Urza, Mishra, and Titania are the only Meld cards, I believe. We'll see in a moment. Titania. There's a whole novel on this side of the card. It's a 3/4, it's a reacher. Whenever 1 or more lands are put into your graveyard from anywhere, you gain 2 life. So if you get milled and lands hit the graveyard, you gain 2 life. If you do your Evolving Wilds, if you do your fetch lands, crack a fetch land, goes into the graveyard, you gain a life. At the beginning of your upkeep, if there are 4 or more lands, and now this is not basic lands, this is any lands, in your graveyard, and you both own and control Titania, and a land named Argoth, Sanctum of Nature, exile them both, meld them. So you need to have Titania, you need to have 4 lands in the graveyard, and you need to have the brand new mythic or rare land, which we'll see in a moment, Argoth. Argoth now is a land. If you have those 3 conditions during your upkeep, they all combine into Titania, Gaia Incarnate, Legendary Creature, Elemental Avatar, Star, Vigilance, Reach, Trample, Haste. Titania, Gaia's Incarnate's power and toughness are each equal to the number of lands you control. So this can be as big as many lands as you have. When this enters the battlefield, return all land cards from your graveyard to the battlefield tapped. Okay, so all of those lands that we're sacrificing into the graveyard, they come back, at least 4 of them, because you need 4 for this to meld. So, yeah, they kind of do the opposite if you look at the history of Magic. Either they start with an idea that's way too powerful and they weaken it as time goes on, or they start with an idea that's not enough powerful and then they strengthen it. Meld now has gone the other way where it's weakened because it was too powerful. Whereas with Companions, it started too powerful, then they're going to weaken it. And Adventures, Venture into the Dungeon, starts off a little weak right now, they're going to make it stronger later. So it's always the balancing of it all. So what do we get here? And then pay 4 mana, put 4 +1s on target land you control. It becomes an elemental. With haste, it's still a land. So a big old mana sink to drop a bunch of mana into a bunch of other lands, and then you get all of these huge things. Yeah, because the old meld, I never played during the old meld, but on that one it just happened right away, right? As soon as you met the condition, they melded. This one at least, I haven't seen the others, but this one at least happens in your upkeep. I don't know if all melds happen on the upkeep, but this one at least happens on upkeep, and the old meld happened as soon as you hit the condition, right? Rootwire Amalgam, 5 mana, 5/5, prototype it for 2. Pay 5, sacrifice this, create an XX colorless golem, where X is 3 times, okay, math, 3 times Rootwire Amalgam's power. It gains haste, activate only as a sorcery. Alright, this is a novel, so let's say we get the 5 mana one. You pay 5 and sacrifice this. You get a thing that is also 5, okay, 5 times 3, 15. You get a 15/15 with haste. Alright, so best case scenario, you pay 5 to get the 5/5 out. Next turn, you pay another 5 to make a 15/15 with haste. If you pay the 2 mana, you get a 2/3. if you then sacrifice it, you get 2 times 3, a 6. You get a 6/6 with haste. So that's interesting. Just check this message that we got here, I guess. All right, so Awaken the Woods. Green X, create X green forest dryad land creature tokens. Okay, forest dryad is back. The infamous card that cost someone a tournament back in the day, because back in the original printing it looked exactly like a land. The opponent didn't realize it was actually a creature and then attacked or something. Nowadays, the printing of it actually looks like like an actual creature. But this creates a creature that is also a land. Just a moment here, I need to check these texting. Alright, so this makes a bunch of creatures that are actually lands. Okay, here we go. Here's the other meld card. Another meld card. There's 3 of them or so, like I said. Urza, Lord Protector. So we get an Urza card. 3 mana, 2/4, Human Artificer. Your artifacts, instants, and sorceries cost 1 less. Alright, so that's good. 7 mana. If you control both Urza and an artifact named the Might Stone and Weak Stone, exile them all, meld them into Urza Planeswalker. Activate only as a sorcery. So jumping briefly, I guess it's a rare, but the Might Stone and the Weak Stone, those were... no, actually, we're starting vacation on Monday, so I'm going to send out an announcement for that. But no class on Monday. The vacation starts. So, old school Magic players know about the Might Stone and the Weak Stone. There's a brand new card called the Might Stone and Weak Stone. It's one card with both of them in one card. We'll see that in a moment. So if you have Urza and that card, and you pay 7 mana, you become Urza Planeswalker. A Planeswalker with 5 abilities, the most ever. There's never been 5 abilities on a Planeswalker ever. Now we have 5. No problem. Static ability. You may activate the loyalty abilities of Urza twice each turn, rather than only once. Yes, your opponent's turn also. So you get double activated abilities of this Planeswalker every turn. +2. Artifact, instant, and sorcery spells you cast this turn cost 2 less to cast. You gain 2 life. So even more cost reduction for a +2. +1. Draw 2 cards, then discard 1. 0. Create 2 1/1s. -3. Exile target non-land permanent. You have a Weak Stone somewhere. I wonder if its old school cards work with it. No, not with this one, because like I said, there's one new card that is both in the one card. So you can't use the old card, because the old card is the Weak Stone. This one that it's talking about is a brand new card that is the Weak Stone and Might Stone. It's one card. So -3, exile anything. -10. Artifacts and planeswalkers you control gain indestructible until end of turn, destroy everything else. So yeah, this card's insane. It takes 1,000,000 mana to do anything, but then when it gets to the planeswalker, it's got 5 abilities, and it does so much, and 5 loyalty abilities the first time ever on a planeswalker. We previously had 4. They normally have 3. On the last Dominaria set, we had them down to 2 or 1, actually. And then now this one's got 5. So human Urza and then Planeswalker Urza. Well, if we have Urza, we have Mishra. And this is a... Urza never became a Planeswalker, I guess. This is the other meld card. Mishra, claimed by Gix. 4 mana in Rakdos colors. Red and black. 3/5, Phyrexian Human Artificer. Whenever you attack, each opponent loses X life, and you gain X life, where X is the number of attacking creatures. So, this is like an aggro commander attack with a bunch of things. Each time a thing attacks, they lose life. If Mishra and a creature named Phyrexian Dragon Engine are attacking, and you both own and control them, exile them, then meld them into Mishra, lost to Phyrexia. It enters the battlefield tapped and attacking. So this meld ability, so Titania's meld ability happens automatically on upkeep. Urza's meld ability happens when you have 7 mana. Mishra's meld ability happens when you attack. So this will meld into Mishra lost to Phyrexia, a 9/9. And when this enters the battlefield or attacks, so the first time it enters and every time you attack, choose 3. Target opponent discards 2 cards, or Mishra deals 3 damage to any target. This is funny right here. They always spell out the names of their cards. Painstakingly, they always spell out the full name of the card. Here, clearly, they ran out of space. Very rare that they do this. Mishra deals 3 damage to any target. They have to spell out the complete name of a card because you can rules lawyer someone to say that, oh, my goblin card is doing whatever, but no, it's Squee Goblin Nabob that's doing it. This is funny that it is on the card only Mishra. There's more than one Mishra card creature in this set, actually. So technically here, Mishra deals 3 damage to any target is technically wrong against their own rules because they always spell out the name of the thing. They should technically say Mishra lost to Phyrexia, not Mishra claimed by Gix, because there's more than one Mishra in the set. Mishra deals 3 damage to any target. They could fix that by saying this deals 3 damage. This is what I've said before, that I could fix some of Magic's problems once in a while if they say certain little bits of grammar. This deals 3 damage to any target, destroy target artifact or planeswalker. Ooh, so Mishra automatically kills Urza if you manage to get Mishra. Creatures you control gain menace and trample until end of turn, so the final alpha strike. Creatures you don't control get -1. Creatures create 2 tap power stones. So again, power stones are big in this set, it's extra mana. But we have Urza, we have Mishra. Urza's a planeswalker. Titania is a avatar, and Mishra is a Phyrexian corrupted human guy. Just to show this for a moment. Got a couple more cards to show here, but let me show you this. Mishra has got 3 versions. Baby Mishra. Mishra Excavation Prodigy. 3 mana Human Artificer, 2/1, haste. 1 and tap, draw a card, discard a card. Whenever you discard 1 or more artifact cards add double red. This ability triggers only once each turn. So you got a little bit of that, what is it? Root rummage effect, loot effect, one of those effects with haste. If you have four mana, summon Mishra right away, do the one tap right away. Alright, so baby Mishra. Then he grows up a little bit. Mishra, Tamer of Makfawa. 5 mana, 4/4. All your permanents. See there, wizards, if you say it, all your permanents have blah blah blah. But it says permanents you control. And yes, there's a very, very fine detail about the you control part. Because if you steal your opponent's creatures, for the moment you're controlling it, for the moment it has the following. Technically, if you say your permanents, that's more of an ownership thing than a control thing. That permanents you control have ward, sacrifice a permanent. So if the opponent wants to Doomblade your Mishra, they have to sacrifice their own permanent first. Permanent, including a land. So that's a very strong ward cost right there. Each artifact card in your graveyard has Unearth for 3. Unearth. To unearth a card, return it from your graveyard to the battlefield. It gains haste, exile at the beginning. Okay, yeah, so it's the flashback for permanents. I forget. So, yeah, Mishra. This Mishra is really cool, I think. 4 mana, all your permanents have a very strong ward, and then all your artifacts can come back to life. For 3. So if somehow you get a 9/9 artifact into your graveyard, you can bring it back to life for 3. With haste. And then, the highest level of Mishra, after he got corrupted, Mishra claimed by Gix, which then eventually then goes to the highest level. Mishra lost to Phyrexia. I think it was Magic 2019 or Magic 2020. I don't remember which set. It was like the year of Chandra. And remember that set? We got like 4 Chandras in that set. A little baby 2 mana Chandra, and then a 4 mana one and a 6 mana one and such. This is the set of Mishra. We have the whole evolution of Mishra. As the prodigy, as the tamer, as the claimed, as the lost. Plus various Urzas, various Mishras. Various Mishras, spells and abilities and stuff. No, War of the Spark was the one that had 20 planeswalkers. It was, well, look over here. It was like Core Set 2020 or something. Or maybe I'm wrong. Let's look at it here. Set War of the Spark. No, it wasn't that one. It was I think it was Core Set 2020. Yeah, this is it. It was Core Set 20. It was the one with Chandra, Acolyte to Flame. Look, she's little and learning. Then there was Chandra, Novice Pyromancer. She's learning even more, getting stronger at her powers. Then there was Chandra, Flame's Fury. She's very furious and powerful. And then Chandra, Awakened Inferno. She is in an Inferno. That was Awakened. So it was the M20 set with the Oops All Chandras motif. Gonna take a break right after this. We were looking at all of the mythics, just 5 more. Sarenth Great Worm. It is a 7/6 with trample. Whenever a land enters the battlefield, create a tap power stone. So ramp upon ramp upon ramp. You have landfall. I don't know why they don't call it landfall. Whenever you landfall, make a Power Stone. So yes, you play your Evolving Wilds, make a Power Stone. You crack your Evolving Wilds to go get a real land, get a Power Stone. So Gruul mana to just make huge things when you've got... You need 6 mana, first of all, to then start to ramp insanely with landfall, so it's not really worth it. It's impressive if you do it, but mana makes mana. Clay Champion 4 plus X, that's very rare. You don't see that type of mana cost at all, right? You see red and X or green X, but you hardly ever see generic and X. Clay Champion 2/2. Clay Champion enters the battlefield with 3+1s for each double green spent to cast it. When Clay Champion enters the battlefield, choose up to 2 other creatures you control. For each double green spent to cast Clay Champion, put a +1 on it. In theory, you can pay double green, that's the 4, 0 for X, and then this enters... Okay, in theory, you can pay 4 and 0 and get a 2/2. Then it's completely weak. But if you pay 4 and double green, it's a 5/5. If you pay green, if you pay green and white and 0, you get a 5/5, and then your 2 other creatures get +2/+2. All right, if you have 1,000,000 mana, you pay the double... Let's say you have 8 mana. Let's say it's all green. Let's say you have 8 mana and it's all green. So green. You have 4. 4 times. 4 times 3, 12. This is a 16/16 if you pay 8 mana, all green. A 16/16 for 8 green mana. That's not bad at all, right? Gigantosaurus is 5 green mana for a 10/10. If you pay 8 mana in white, this is only a 2/2. When this enters the battlefield, choose up to 2 other creatures you control. For each double white, put a +1. Okay, so then so for if you pay 8 white, you get this as a 2/2, and then 2 other creatures get +4/+4. It's definitely, I don't know. You can half and half 4 white, 4 green, and get best of both worlds. So it is true what you said earlier. This set's got a lot of hoops to jump through. People that are very much love the challenge of figuring out every single Magic card will have a field day with this, but it is a lot of thinking to do and cards to memorize. I've just been spending an hour right now just to talk about like 10 cards. We're going to take a break in a moment, then make a deck. And then play the deck. Here's another generic X. And this one's to the 3 colors. Okay, interesting. When this enters the battlefield, for each double blue, draw a card. Okay, so let's say you pay 6 and 0. And if it's all blue, 6 divided by 2 is 3. 3 cards. So you pay 6 blue for 5/4 and 3 cards. That's good. Blue always gets good stuff. Yeah. Triple blue. I mean, 6 blue, 3 cards, 5/4. Cool. If you pay double black, each opponent discards 1 card. That's actually not good, because by the time you have 6 mana, the game has probably progressed enough that the opponent doesn't really have that many cards in hand. Or maybe the cards that they have left in hand are the good ones, so maybe you'll make them discard good ones. Yeah, maybe. It's situational. There's going to be plenty of times the opponent has 1 card, and it's not good. So that's definitely got a lot of downside compared to the double blue. Or if you pay the double red, it gets +1. See, they use the it there. Oh, well, because they said the name on the first part of the sentence. It gets +1 and gains trample and haste until end of turn. Okay, so you pay 6. 6 divided by 2 is 3. It gets +3, so it's an 8/4 with trample and haste. The green mode is good too. I think the black mode is the worst mode. To win the game, the red mode is the best. To position yourself to win the game, the blue mode is second best. The black mode is good for discarding the opponent's hand, but that is really situational. They might just have junk in their hand. And if they have good stuff in their hand, it's good. But if you don't have good stuff in the hand, it's not good. If they don't have good stuff. So yeah, interesting. 2 more. Cityscape Leveler, 8 mana, 8/8, no prototype. Thanks for hanging out. See you next time. Check the Discord for when we play next time. So 8 mana, 8/8, trample. Whenever you cast the spell and whenever this attacks, destroy up to 1 target non-land permanent. Its controller creates a tap power stone. Yeah, Wizards of the Coast is so afraid of printing destroy target permanent. They're so rare nowadays. They're so scared of destroying lands. You're paying 8 mana to destroy a land. Oh, well, okay, never mind. You're paying 8 mana when it enters, and you're paying, and then when it attacks. Okay, fine, I guess it can really snowball every time you attack, destroy a permanent. Obviously, you'd be destroying your opponent's lands all the time. But I don't know. I think that's the one bridge that Wizards is so afraid to cross to bring back land destruction. There's so many good lands out there, and it's very hard to deal with them, that I'm so surprised that 8 mana is not enough of a safety valve to make that to lower the bar on it. Non-land permanents. And then unearth for 8. So when it's in the graveyard, bring it back again one more time. Portal to Phyrexia, 9 mana, artifact. When this enters, each opponent sacrifices 3 creatures. At the beginning of your upkeep, put target creature card from your graveyard onto the battlefield under your control. It's a Phyrexian in addition to the rest. So yeah, it's a mini board wipe, 3 creatures. But then, every turn, you get to put stuff onto the battlefield from any graveyard. So you get to resurrect your own stuff, but also steal your opponent's stuff. So yeah, 9 mana better be good. That's pretty good. Oh, I missed one. I jumped from Urza to Mishra. Here's the last one. Then we'll take a break. Saheeli. Saheeli is in the past, somehow. So, Saheeli, Filigree Master. 4 mana, 3 loyalty, +1 scry 1. You may tap 1 untapped artifact you control. If you do, draw a card. So you get to scry. You definitely get the scry. Then if you got untapped things, artifacts, draw a card right after. -2, create 2 Thopters. And these are 1/1s, not Ornithopters. The better Thopters, I guess. They can haste until end of turn. That's fun. And then -4, you get an emblem with artifact creatures you control get +1, and artifact spells you cast cost 1 less. That stacks. You can have more than 1 emblem. So you could have multiple +1s. What was that old anthem for artifacts? Tempered Steel or something. It gave all your artifact creatures +1. Here's where this would have been perfect for the flavor of it all. Make them Ornithopters. Make them the 0/2 classic Ornithopters. Not these newfangled 1/1s. Make them 0/2s. 0/2 blockers to defend Lady Saheeli. And then eventually when you -4, you get the +1 and you get 1/3 Thopters. Ornithopters. And then as you keep building and make more emblems, they get +2 and so forth, and then eventually you beat the opponent with 0/2s that are, 2/4s. So Wizards of the Coast should definitely consult me before they publish their future sets. We got so many good ideas, right, to make their sets better than ever. All right, so that's a bunch of the new cards. That's only the tip of the iceberg. But we're going to do one more break. I'm starting to put together a deck based on Mishra. I'm going to do this Mishra deck. Rakdos colors. And with a focus on the new cards, black-red new cards, put together a deck, play test it for a bit, try to make it good. With a focus on the new cards, that'll be today's game plan. No draft, I'll do that next time, but I want to kind of showcase the new cards with a brand new deck focused on the new cards. Let's take another break. When I come back, that's on the agenda. And another crack a pack eventually. Alright, we're back. So, the idea here is I'm going to build a brand new deck. This is a Mishra focused deck. Excuse me. And so, the thing is, it's a brawl / commander deck. So, we have Mishra as the commander, so all of the cards are in those colors as well as colorless. And as I was thinking about it for a moment, was it too loud? And then the little critter got scared there. So, do I want to make Mishra claimed by Gix as the main star of the deck? This is the one. Whenever you attack, each opponent loses life, etc. Or do I want to make the other Mishra, Tamer of Makfawa, the main card? Maybe I was thinking about it right now because maybe that's the one I want to make the main commander card, because permanents you control have ward sacrifice, and then your artifacts can come back to life. Now that's 5 mana compared to 4 mana with this other Mishra here, and that one's a little bit more focused on attacking. But then if I have this Mishra out, it's all protecting my stuff, and then the other stuff can happen. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to swap this one out to be the main commander. So move this one here, move this one here. Make this Mishra the main Mishra. The other Mishra will be support. Now this is version 1 of the deck, so it's going to need a lot of polish. But I think what I'm going to do also is, for fun, see about all of these huge spells. I already put the Portal to Phyrexia in there. Kill their stuff, steal their stuff. Cityscape Leveler. Oh yeah, this is the 8/8. Oh, this is the one that destroys a bunch of things. So that's a bit of shock and awe there. The Battalion. Oh yeah, that's the one everything gets haste. The Flesh Gorger. 7/5 with ward. Now that's not too amazing. And the Destiny and that Praetor. Now we'll put those in there so far. What artifacts? Clay Revenant, Stretch Claw. Just I'm going to take a quick look at these, then we'll figure out. Scrapwork Mutt. I know they, these are some pretty cool arts for some of these little robos. 6/4 haste or 3/2 haste. Goblin Firebomb. It's a 1 mana and then sacrifice. So for 8 mana, you can destroy any permanent. See, here they do let you destroy the lands, but it's 8 whole mana. There's the new worker cycle. Mine worker, power plant worker, tower worker. So sort of the Urzatron sort of thing, but with little creatures. Supply drop. Isn't that what, like from Fortnite and the like? Yeah, right, because you're playing the game and all of this stuff drops out of the air and you can You get power-ups, right? So Ashnod's Altar is not back, but we have Transmogrant Altar. You kind of do a dark ritual effect, but with 1 black gives you then 3 colorless mana. 2 mana, tap, sacrifice a creature, create a 3/3 color zombie, activate only as a sorcery. You can target supply drops coming down via parachute to have the supply drop faster. Oh yeah, you're the Fortnite pro on the stream, right? Teach us all about Fortnite, how to do those dances. Mishra's research desk, sacrifice this, exile stuff, heavyweight demolisher. Yeah, a lot of the art on these mechs look pretty cool. Yeah, Ashnod's Altar, that's a classic one. It actually is just getting more expensive nowadays because it makes mana. People love it. Let's go over here for a moment just to see that, because obviously I'm sure we've got a bunch of them. I got a bunch of the, is it the 4th edition or the Chronicles? No, not that newfangled art. Yeah, it's Chronicles. Yeah, I got a bunch of these because they were... That's interesting. It was uncommon in Antiquities, and now it's common in Chronicles. And I've opened a lot of Chronicles packs throughout the years. They're $12 or so each. So I'm sure some of us old timers have a bunch of those. $12 each. Reprinted in the new... Reprinted in packs. Not on Arena, I guess. Reprinted in packs. So the new Ashnod's Altar reprint, so it took the... It's a riff on the last version of the art, which was printed when? Oh, I guess Eternal Masters with new art. Eternal Masters was from 2016. So the new one, it's got the sort of blueprint artwork style. Craig Staples. So they reprinted it in the vintage set. They should have printed it with white border, like good old Chronicles. But anyway, Chronicles Ashnod's Altars are $12. Yeah, you have lots of them. There you go. You got money in the bank. If we look at this price tracker. So, yep, for a long time, $1.80. Then, of course, 2016 and such, okay, $2. Magic 25, starting to jump up now, $3. Newer sets, $5. Huge jump here. This is interesting. Right after whatever set that was, after Kaldheim, apparently, for a moment, they went from $7 to $15 and dropped down some amount. Still $10 or so. Yeah, for a long time those cards were. I wonder what your complete 4th edition set is now. Well, it's going to depend on their quality, of course, but we can take a quick look right here. How near mint are those? Is that 4th edition complete set? I have a complete set too. But if we look right here, we can get a quick generic price, $405 for a complete 4th edition set. Assuming everything's near mint and assuming you can get a buyer for the whole set and such. But then you can also look at a more accurate here. We'll see, how can we find it? MtG 4th edition complete set. Magic near complete set of commons. Okay, so they're trying to sell all the commons for $50. Near complete of uncommons, $54. Fourth edition part complete set, 116 cards, $77. Come on, people, tell me the real. Tell me the real. 176 cards from 4th edition, part complete set. I bought, when I got back into Magic in 2017, I bought a complete set of 4th edition. It might have been $100 or less. But that was in 2017, 2018, before these prices got insane. And I'm not seeing any complete sets here. Mana Vaults are big bucks. 4th edition Mana Vaults, even light play, I guess, are $12. Howling Mines. Hand-altered Nevinyrral's Disc. This is what I don't get. Do people want these altered vintage cards? It hurts my soul when I see people take the original card and paint over it. And it's not a big value card. Not a big value card, but I've seen people paint over and like redraw on top of like a real, like a dual land, you know, a white border dual land. And in the, because I come from the world of comics where you want it as pristine as possible, and the only alteration to a comic remotely acceptable is the signature of the artist or the writer. In Magic, I'm seeing that the market has spoken. People want hand altered, hand drawn on top cards, and I've seen plenty that are original, hundreds of dollars worth, but let me draw my own and on top of it, and it extend the guy's hand, and the tentacle goes all the way to the edge. I don't know about that, but some people, like right here, is $66 signed by the original artist, Mark Tedeen. 11 bids on that so far, $66. They're all straight out of the pack into the folder. Okay, there you go. So that's some big bucks on that. Michelangelo's art. Well, it was the style of the art. Yes, this was exactly. This is the Nevinyrral from Warborg card that you have originally came out in Magic as Nevinyrral's Disc. So this card originally was pay 1, destroy everything, just like your card has, although now it's Nevinyrral himself. This was the original Nevinyrral card. It was an artifact, not a creature, and it did the destroy everything. Anyway, what were we talking about? We're making this deck, so protection from multicolored, huh? Whenever a non-basic land enters the battlefield under an opponent's control, you gain 1 life. So protection from multicolored. So that means that if they attack me with their 7/7 Zakama, no, they attack me with their 9/9 Zakama, this will block it, no problem. Although Zakama has trample, so this wouldn't even be targeted by Zakama. So a 1 mana 1/2 that doesn't, that just shrugs off multicolors. Levitating Statue, Thrawn Power Suit. This is the Iron Man outfit here. The Iron Man suit. Reconstructed Thopter, 3 mana for a 2/1 with flying. I'll still take a regular old Ornithopter. 0 mana for a 0/2. Just put some equipment onto it and you're in business. 3 mana for a 2/1. Whenever a creature with power equal to its toughness enters the battlefield under your control, you may pay 1. If you do, draw a card. So when you summon your 2/2s, you draw cards off of them. Su-Chi is back as Su-Chi Cave Guard, 8 mana, 8/8, Vigilance, Ward 4, and when it dies, gives you 8 colorless. Until end of turn, you don't lose it. So remember the old classic Su-Chi? Look how far it's gone. It's so tough nowadays. And in the old days. Well, yeah, check it out right here, Gabe. The old classic Ornithopter version 1.0. None of that fancy new stuff. The old Ornithopter right here. Back in Magic 1.0, that's clearly inspired by a Da Vinci drawing. Amy Weber art. So back in the day, wow, 0 mana for a 0/2 flyer that could attack if you put equipment and stuff on it. Then I never played during Mirrodin with that art, but I see this art all the time. And then the Kaladesh art looks way too fancy. And then, yeah, so the alternate art cards in this new set are in sort of this schematic Da Vinci style. And so this is taking the art of... I don't know if they recommissioned the artist or what, but they're taking, for example, here when Franz Wolfwinkel painted this, I guess they rehired them to sort of repaint it and then also make it Da Vinci style. Oh yes, I was going to say Su-Chi. So Su-Chi in the old days... This is so funny. This is Su-Chi in Vintage Masters, which is only for Magic Online. It never existed in print, but Su-Chi, when it was in print, look at that. That art's way better. It's so abstract and simple, but still detailed. And so the original Su-Chi, 4 mana, 4/4. If Su-Chi goes to the graveyard, its controller gains 4 colorless mana. Flawed copies of relics from the Thran Empire, the Su-Chi, were inherently unstable, but provided useful knowledge for Tokasia's students. Modern wording: when Su-Chi dies, add 4 colorless mana. Well, eventually they reprinted Su-Chi very tough. Very tough looking in 2014. So the 1994 printing, just give it 20 years and then it becomes the tough version like that. And then the latest Su-Chi Cave Guard, it looks like that. It kind of looks like a sliver. But now it costs 8/8, and now it costs 8 mana, and it's an 8/8, and it's got vigilance, and it has ward 4, and if they still kill it, then you get 8 mana back. Why didn't they hire the original artists? Who was the original artist here? Christopher Rush. Oh, he passed on actually, so we couldn't get any more Christopher Rush art. But then, how about this one? This is Robbie Trevino. And why not get Robbie Trevino to do the brand new Su-Chi Cave Guard? Looks like Electro. Oh yeah, okay, maybe this version, sure, but I'm thinking of the old one. I was thinking, what does that one look like? No, yeah, so this version, sure, looks like one of the Electros. Although if we're talking about Jamie Foxx Electro, I don't think he had a helmet. And if we're talking about Electro in the comics, he looked very different. But yes, I can see it. Okay, so this, so Mark, you asked earlier, the Might Stone and the Weak Stone now is one card. It's a 5 mana artifact. Power Stone. Is that the very first time ever that they've printed Power Stone type? When this enters the battlefield, choose one. Draw 2 cards, or target creature gets -5/-5 until end of turn, so it can kill indestructible things. And then tap, add 2 colorless. This mana cannot be spent to cast non-artifact spells. So this is again about the grammar of it all. Couldn't they just say, spend this mana only to cast artifact spells? This mana cannot be spent to cast non-artifact spells. Does that let you tap to pay for activated abilities? Because I know Power Stones have... Can I show you a Power Stone? Let me see. Oh, here. Power Stone is tap, add colorless. This mana cannot be spent to cast non-artifact spells. To cast. Yeah, so it works also, because I know I've used Power Stones to activate abilities. I've already played with these, and I know that it can do that. So the Might Stone / Weak Stone can be used to activate abilities, but they cannot be, that mana cannot be used to cast a non-artifact spell. That's a good question there in the chat. I literally have no opinion, because for me it's more about the comics than the movies. But if you all have an opinion, go ahead and answer. Okay, let me build this deck a little bit more. They put Howling Mine on Arena. You had a quake, but everything's okay. That's good to hear. Did it knock anything over? Yep, they put, again, so because I play a lot of Arena, it's kind of cool that they're finally putting some of these cards onto the game. But obviously, if you play in real life, the cards have always been there. We got a Howling Mine in here. You know what? I'm just going to toss that in the deck for no big reason, just to play with that vintage card. But I'm still putting the still putting this deck together. Just I pause. Oh yeah, we do have. Oh, look at that! There is Ashnod's Altar here. So I do have an Ashnod's. We do have Ashnod's Altar in. We do have Ashnod's Altar in Arena. That's cool. Sacrifice creatures, add mana. Yeah, just for all time's sake, let's put that in there too, just because I know I played that. I know I played that a bunch back in the days, and it can get very overpowered. Used to have a phobia for quakes when you were little. Yet a Tandy CPU used to look up at hanging. Yeah, that's an indicator there that there's something wrong if that's moving around. Pristine talisman. We don't have many of the talismans on Arena just yet, but that's a quote, classic one. Add colorless, gain a life. Caged Sun. Whenever we play with Geo, he always seems to be able to play that card right on time. Astral Cornucopia. This is a triple X rated card. As this enters the battlefield, this enters the battlefield with X charge counters on it. Tap, choose a color. So every time you can choose a different color. Add 1 mana of that color for each charge counter on Astral Cornucopia. So if you pay 3 mana, 1, 1, 1, it enters with 1 charge counter. Tap it to make a mana of any color. If you pay 6 mana, it enters with 2 charge counters, right? 2, 2, 2. It enters with 2 charge counters. You tap it, it makes 2 mana. You pay 9 mana. It enters with 3 charge counters, 3, 3, 3. Tap it to make 3 mana. So I remember when I got back into Magic and I was just browsing through Magic cards online, and I came across this one, and they had very few, it was very rare to see X spells back in the day. Pretty rare to see X spells. Of course, there was Disintegrate and Fireball, but Alabaster Potion. But it was rare to have double X spells. I think Meteor was one from the old days, but it was very rare to have more than one. Oh, not Meteor. Meteor Shower? Yeah, Meteor Shower, yeah. So, good old Ice Age Meteor Shower. Me and my brother could not understand how this card worked back in the day. Green double X. Like, oh, what does that even mean? Double X, pay 3 and a 2 and a red? How do you even do it? Original wording, Meteor Shower deals X plus 1 damage divided any way you choose among any number of target creatures and or permanents and or players. Modern wording, Meteor Shower deals X plus 1 damage divided as you choose among any number of targets. So now it targets planeswalkers. So here's the math. Let's say X is 2. 2 and red. So you have to pay 5 mana. 2 and 2. All right. X plus 1. So you have 3 damage in total. If you pay 2 red, you have 3 damage in total to divide. Divide as you choose among any targets. Okay, you pay 5 mana to do 3 damage to 1 target. Or you pay 5 mana to do 1 damage to their Llanowar Elf and then 2 damage to their Grizzly Bear. Obviously, if you've got, let's say, 10 mana. No, that's too much. Let's say you have 8 mana. So 4 and red. Okay, you have 4 mana. You have 8 mana. So 4 and 4 plus 1. So you have 5 possible damage. Then you divide that 5 onto things. 5 damage here completely, or 4 damage here, or 1 damage to 5 things. So Meteor Shower. I remember seeing that back in the day, back in 95, and that was just, I couldn't even understand it, math. And classic flavor text, eeny, meeny, miny, mo, oh, why not all of them? By Jaya Ballard, her very first flavor text. So when I got back into Magic, and then I saw Astral Cornucopia, Triple X, if I can't even handle 2 X's, how can I even do the math for 3? As I just said, so if you spend 1 mana, 1/1/1, it's 3 mana in total, and the rest. Recall the Tandy early forms of programming, and the Atari, the early Apple CPUs were fun. Yeah, the Tandy computers, I never had one, but Tandy from Radio Shack, I believe. Those were some classic 8-bit computers of the early 80s, late 70s, even into the early 90s. But the Tandy computers were an alternative if you didn't have like an official IBM computer and the like. Tandy was a good alternative. Even Atari had their own computers. Obviously, I think about the Atari video game system, but there was the Atari computers too. Double X thing tends to confuse. Yeah, it's just weird. It's confusing about all those X's, and then like how do you add them, and you have to pay for each one. So you just have to start off by thinking, pick a number, and now double or triple that number based on the number of X's, and still that's confusing. Mishra's Bauble is back. Surprised they didn't also put Urza's Bauble. Well, that has a random clause on it, doesn't it? Randomly look at target player's hand or something? What does Mishra's Bauble have? That's an Ice Age one, right? Yeah, Urza's Bauble. Never reprinted ever. Well, I guess 5th edition. Sacrifice this to choose a card at random from target player's hand. Look at it, and then draw a card. So why don't they let Arena randomly choose for you? So it would have been just amazing flavor if they put both Urza's Bauble and Mishra's Bauble in the Brothers' War. So I'm putting some card draw in the deck. The Stone Brain. Here's a brand new card. 2 mana legendary artifact. 2 and tap, exile this. Choose a card name. Choose a card name in the whole world of Magic. Search target opponent's graveyard, hand, and library for up to 4 cards with that name and exile them. That player shuffles, then draws a card for each card exiled from their hand this way. Activate only as a sorcery. Well, I don't like giving them free card draw, but then this lets you get rid of stuff. Urza's Tome. Did they ever print a Mishra's Tome? Urza's Tome, the Arcane Encyclopedia, Jalum Tome. 2 and 3. 3 and 2. That's funny. They put Staff of Domination on Arena. Hey, when I did a search a moment ago, why didn't it show up? That's a mythic. Why didn't it show up? I swear that there's some weird things once in a while on Arena, because a moment ago I told it to show me all of the mythics, and this is a mythic apparently, and it wasn't there. Isn't Staff of Domination one of these cards that can let you combo very viciously somehow? And all this tapping and untapping and stuff. If you put that with a Paradox engine, you can do it even more. Mind's Eye. Whenever an opponent draws a card, you may pay 1, and then you also draw. Well of Lost Dreams. Whenever you gain life, you may pay X, where X is less than or equal to the number of life you gained if you do draw X cards. X is the amount of life you gain. Whenever you gain life. Okay, so if you gain 2 life, you pay 2, and then you draw X cards. Psychosis Crawler. Power and toughness equal to the number of cards in your hand. Whenever you draw a card, each opponent loses 1 life. Let's put some removal. We're in black and red, so put a bunch of the usual... Actually, what new destroy spells do we have? We got Go for the Throat. Now... Power Stone Fracture, 2 mana... 2 sack an artifact or creature, destroy a creature or planeswalker. Alright, so we have Ashnod's Altar, and we have Ashnod herself. Ashnod Flesh Mechanist. Single black mana, 1/1, Death Touch. Whenever Ashnod attacks, you may sacrifice another creature. If you do, create a tapped Power Stone, pay 5, exile a creature from your graveyard, create a tapped 3/3 zombie. Let's put Ashnod in this deck too. Ashnod's Intervention. Until end of turn. Oops. Until end of turn, target creature gets +2/+0, gains. When this creature dies, return it. Listen, Duck. Gix is everywhere, playing every side. Mishra won't listen, but perhaps Urza will. Dreams of Steel and Oil. Target opponent reveals their hand. You choose an artifact or creature. Then choose an artifact or creature from their graveyard. Exile. Ooh, that's cool. So single black mana. So it's not exactly Thoughtseize and the like. Or is it? But here you can choose creature or artifact from the graveyard from the hand. Do them both. Mishra's nightmares of Phyrexia rang screams of agony and groans of twisted metal. The sound stayed with him long after he awoke. So we have Ashnod herself, Ashnod's Altar, Ashnod's Harvester, Ashnod's Intervention. We get a new Shade. A 2-mana 2/2 Shade. If a creature an opponent controls would die, exile it. 1 Shade gets +1. Ooh, okay, so they're bringing back the classic Shade. Classic Shade, and you can pay with it with generic mana. +1/+1 to make it bigger and bigger, and a Leyline of the Void effect, so when their stuff dies, it goes away forever. Carry on, Locust. Gix, Hostile Negotiations, Overwhelming Remorse. This spell costs 1 less to cast for each creature card in your graveyard. So technically this can be 1 black mana, exile target creature or planeswalker. So the most best case scenario is this costs 1 mana if you've got a full graveyard. And worst case scenario, it costs 5 mana, but there's other 5 mana exile effects. Feldon, we get another Feldon. Feldon's Cane, of course. Classic card back in the day. That's the one that shuffled stuff back to your library. Then we got Feldon of the Third Path that they printed in Cold Snap, I think. Now, new Feldon. Feldon, Ronaman, Excavator. 2 mana, 2/2, haste. Feldon cannot block. Whenever this is dealt damage, exile that many cards from the top of your library, choose one of them until the end of your next turn. You may play the card. So you still have to pay for it. But you get Feldon again. So Obliterating Bolt instead of Lightning Bolt, 2 mana, 3 damage. Now we have Obliterating Bolt, 2 mana, 4 damage. And it exiles the thing instead of just killing it, but it's a sorcery. Some interesting cards. You're a bit lost, so what's the deck doing? At the moment, it's not really doing... It doesn't have a big plan just yet. It's a bunch of artifact stuff. Mishra, you know, is into artifacts. And just trying out the new big cards, the Skiering Battalion, Cityscape Leveler. So it's not a big focus at the moment. We'll be refining it and such. But it's just trying out a bunch of the brand new cards. And putting in the kind of the usual cards of removal and ramp and the like. Then we'll play version 1 of it for a bit and refine it some more and such, but eventually we will refine it for to be much more focused. So speaking of which, let's let's play this deck a little bit and see what sorts of strategies come from it. I guess the big idea is just trying to get some mana, play some of the new weird cards. Maybe some strategies will emerge. Alright, first game here versus Arlen Planeswalker. I go first, so just stuff here. We'll just try this out. Second turn Ornithopter to ramp. I'm going to get that removal for Planeswalker. That's a Planeswalker. So we're dealing with some sort, probably werewolves. Ooh, they have the werewolf sleeves. That werewolf is very angry against those pumpkins. Dragoza is the opponent. Ooh, did I show you all my cool Rakdos sleeves? And you can interact with it. Look at that. Wow. Alright, so start to put out our own ramp and stuff. There's a Su-Chi for 8 mana. See, that's, you know, that's a big old 8/8 with Ward and Vigilance. That'll scare the opponent as soon as they see it. Passing with nothing. Okay. No problem. Tap that and just gain life off of it, sure. Next turn, I suppose. Monument. No, they're gonna kill that. Fine. Don't care. Give him the old. I don't care. I still have plenty of mana. So now I've got 5 mana for my Forsaken Monument or Mishra. Yeah, let's do Mishra. That's the whole point of this Mishra. Now it's got Ward. Destroy your own stuff if you're going to destroy my stuff. So that's one of the big deals with this. With this care. Yeah, read it carefully. Don't just attack it willy-nilly. Everything of mine has Ward. Oh yeah, everything of mine has Ward. So including my artifacts and lands and everything. Alright, Chromatic Lantern, sure. And then they're like, never mind. Yeah, exactly. Never mind. Get those werewolves out of here. They got fleas anyway. So we have so far a 100% win rate on this deck. Next opponent. Ishin, this is the one that's all about triggers. There's an Ashnod's Altar. This is hilarious. Supposedly the algorithm is random, but I got the Ornithopter again, and I got the Pristine Talisman again, so that makes me question the random. Ooh, they got a Ley Line turn 0. That one's not a very good one, right? It just gives the opponent it just gives the opponent hexproof, right? Blah blah blah. You have hexproof. Okay, yeah, you have hexproof. Who cares? And there's an alchemy card. I'm not even gonna read that. That's just over the top as always. Freaking alchemy cards are ruining the game. If you think the new sets have a lot of hoops to jump through, the alchemy cards are the opposite. They just give you so much value automatically without even thinking. Fine. regimen, that's bad. Whenever you attack, put a +1 counter on target attacking creatures. So it's an automatic +1, and then now that's just going to get over the top. So I have enchantment removal eventually somewhere in the deck. You play the altar. Let's play this talisman. And that gives me double mana for a draw, plus a life. I don't have any snow. I forgot to put snow lands in here. Snow lands would be more efficient for the blood on the snow, because then I can wipe the board and bring stuff back from the graveyard. Okay, so that's a thing to fix. I'll make a note on my notepad over here. Snow lands. If I want to get full advantage out of that. See, that's already at a 4/4. So amazing, right? Well, let's bring out Mishra. Now that's a 5/5 that's about to attack, so... So I need direct removal, which I have plenty of. I need direct removal to remove that one creature that's bothering me. And then I also need my enchantment removal to remove that enchantment. I didn't put any of the destroy any permanent. That's going to get out of hand. Alright, I guess the best thing to do here... Leave that Avenger out, give it Death Touch if they attack with that 5/5. They're missing their red mana for Ishin, which doubles triggers, so it would be giving a +5, +2 if it attacks. Okay, let's read this carefully here. Whenever this enters the battlefield, look at the top 7. Okay, actually that was a whiff. Priest of this gets whatever. Okay, well... In theory, I'm sure they might have combat trick, but the whole point here is to then activate this, give it Death Touch, and then finally take out that. And then that can come back to life again. That can be unearthed for 3. Doomblade, okay. Thank you. Let's just unearth this and give it haste, because it's going to die at the end of the turn. Oh, it already has haste automatic. Oops, I gave it double haste for no reason. Flying Vigilance, Death Touch, haste. Well, it doesn't matter. It's going to die at the end of the turn. Actually, wait. Ashnod's Altar to give me colorless mana for no reason. So... Oh, yeah, actually, I can then use the mana for the Drake, I guess? No, I would need to sacrifice a creature, get 2. Flying haste enters, put up to 1 card. What would happen if I cast this? Pay 5. Auto pay? No, I would have to sacrifice all my creatures. No, don't do that for me. Anyway, that's gonna die on its own, so just... If I kill it myself, does it go back to the graveyard? No, it gets a final exile. Okay, never mind. Sure. So if you unearth it, it definitely dies unless you bounce it back. If an opponent would gain life, that player loses that much life. Huh, okay. Sure, that's another annoying enchantment, but I think we'll be okay. Well, the opponent was missing land drops, so sorry, but there you go. You finally got your red mana. We'll give him the old yay. Now you can actually play your cards. As for me, I've got a bunch of removal, just pecking away at them with 4 damage at a time. Okay, here's a Howling Mine. They're going to get the card draw off of it first, and I have no way to tap it. Let's not even do that. Let's just bring out a flyer with haste. Put that at the bottom of the library for no reason. Howling Mine. If I could flash cast it, I could take advantage of it. That would require a flash cast land. There's a land that lets you cast things with flash. So might put that into the deck. Now we're playing black, so we can also put tutors in it if I really want to. If I really want to craft my hand and stuff. So the best way to get this Howling Mine to work is we need a way to tap it while it is their turn. What tap abilities do we have on Arena? Staff of Domination, does that one tap or untap or only untap? Staff of Domination. Wraths, whatever, doesn't matter. Staff of Domination. 1 untap staff. 1 untap this, untap target creature, tap target creature. Nope. So we need to look what is the combo. Maybe you know it, Mark, off the top of your head. What's the combo to get the Howling Mine to work the best, right? Tap it during their turn to not draw, and then tap it, and then have it untap on your turn at the beginning of each player's draw step. Untap, upkeep, draw. So you have to somehow tap it in Twiddle, obviously, but that's blue. Let's do a quick search for yeah, okay, yeah, punish them for that extra draw, so then we could put in the Underworld Dream. And there's a couple of others that also do that, like Shieldred. So, Howling Mine plus Underworld Dream plus Shieldred, and we can see what other card punishments there are. Yeah. Let's see for a moment. Untap. What things under untap exist? They put Mesmeric Orb on here? Wow. Whenever a permanent becomes untapped, that permanent's controller mills 1 card. So they're putting more mill strategies. Here we go. 1 and tap. Tap another untapped artifact you control. Draw a card, then discard. Network Terminal, obviously it'd be better if it was reusable, but for the 1 mana, tap another untapped artifact you control. Yeah, tap the Howling Mine on your turn, draw a card, then it's tapped for their turn. They don't get the extra card draw. It's maybe too much effort, but let's put it in there just to see if we can do fun stuff with it. Unwinding Clock. Untap all artifacts you control during each other player's untap step. So that's like the, what is that one? Oracle of Moldaya or something that untaps your stuff? Or Wilderness Reclamation. Untap all artifacts you control during each other player's untap step. I'm sure that could be abused in some ways. Let's put the Underworld Dream in there, and then we'll see about some other card draw punishments. But let me cut down a couple of these. Two mana card draws. Okay, there we go. So let's play that a little bit more. Oh yeah, I said also about that flash cast land. Oops. Put that one there in a moment. That was for more of the Spark. There was some land that if you sacrifice it, it lets you play things with flash until end of turn. So they have a Nethroi. I've got a bunch of removal. They're going to want to mutate at some point. I'd rather play other things, but let's keep that removal there. They keep mulliganing. I'm sure they're mulliganing into something, some good small creature so they can... Okay, never mind. Scribe is good. Kept it on top. As for myself, it's going to be a bit of a slow game. They have the anime nickel bolus, which I don't like. I kind of don't like the design of that anime nickel bolus, although the other anime cards look good. We're all playing a very slow game at the moment. Fine. they finally got a creature to mutate onto. They had a creature to mutate onto. Summon Ashnod. So Ashnod, Tokasia, Urza, Mishra, all of those, Felden, all of those classic names from the day, from back in the day. Silver Quill Silencer, pretty good. Choose a non-land card name. Whenever an opponent casts a spell with that name, they lose 3 life, you draw a card. So they're going to choose Mishra, Tamer of Mark Fawa. Hey, I just realized. Tamer of... Oh no, it's Mac, not Mark. Tamer of Mak Fawa. I was going to say, hey, your name's on a magic card. But that's a pretty good card. Let's get rid of that as well. Howling Mine coming up, sure. Don't have the full pieces for it, but... Uh-oh. That's a good one. Anyway, let's set up with... Set up with Mishra, and now everything's got... Ward. As long as they play a land. Oh, Balagad. That's such a good card. There's my Slag Stone. They finally got a land. And they have a beast to mutate onto. 3, 4, 5. So this refinery, whenever this or another non-token artifact you control is put into the graveyard, that one might not be as strong as I would like it to be in this deck. Oop, we got a Shieldred. Play their land. Doesn't matter. No. We get a chump creature. Nope. Okay. Well, I have the Leveler. When you cast it and when it attacks, it destroys the permanent, right? 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, yeah. I got the Leveler. Destroy Shieldred. Ran out of mana for the Symmetry. Next turn I'll attack with that 8/8, destroy that Felidar thing. They have enough mana to mutate, which brings stuff back from the graveyard. That'll bring back Shieldred. Alright, what's more of a problem? That retreat or their commander? I'll probably attack with that Leveler, destroy that retreat. Ooh, Mirari's Wake, that's a problem as well, but that tapped them out, so... Let's attack, get rid of the wake. Even double blocking won't stop that. Leveler. Doomblade that annoying thing. And they're done. Alright. So they're gonna start to ramp with those power stones. How'd they make those power stones again? Oh, wait a minute. Yeah, I made them power stones, didn't I? Whenever you cast a spell, destroy whatever its controller gets a power stone. Oh, yeah. Okay. So you do the destroy part, but then you give them mana. But it is an 8/8. You're trading that, destroying their... Thank you. Destroying their good stuff, but then giving them mana. I have to think if I really, really want that or not, even though it obviously helped me win the game. As I said, there's a land in War of the Spark. Emergence Zone, I believe, which lets you flash cast things. Yeah, here we go. Exile this, you may cast spells this turn as though they had flash. So let's put that in there. This is a very regal looking gargoyle, and then if you tap it, it just says, "You want this? You can't have it." It's kind of a very subtle animation compared to the goblin that they have. There's that one's so over the top. It tosses, it picks up and it lights a dynamite and it tosses it at you, and it's just so over the top. This one is much more stately. Oh, I think they have a bounce effect. They want to keep it until they can play their commander, play their bounce effect, and then... Uh-oh, there we go. Not so bad. I'm just playing very slowly here. So yeah, it's 3-0 so far with this new deck. 100% win rate. They have 4 mana for their commander. They won't summon it until they have protective mana or reactive mana. Oops, actually, GG. Let's do the oops. Then on my turn, I've got the 5 mana for my own Mishra, which then has that amazing ward cost. So they could... okay, not so bad. Catilda's probably good. Don't care to read it. You might have a counter or something for it. Want to cast blah blah blah. Counter target spell. Sure. You can unearth it, or what's it called? Transform. Uh-oh, the Wanderer. Okay, well, you have to pay the ward cost.
Now you've done it. Hat's coming
Make sure
off.
you read it. Alright, you're gonna sacrifice a thing, that's fine. Sacrifice itself. Okay, fine.
My judgment is final.
To pay 7 mana to bring it back, missed a land drop. This is the one that you can pay. Enters the battlefield with 2 on it unless 2 or more. Enters the battlefield with 2+1s on it unless 2 or more mana were spent to cast it. Unless. Enters the battlefield with 2. Unless 2 or more were spent. This is making me think that I don't want to pay 2 colors. This enters the battlefield with 2 1s on it, unless 2 or more colors of mana were spent on it. I don't understand this. Okay, I'm gonna let it do the auto pay for me. And it didn't enter. Yeah, exactly. That is so confusing. This enters with 2 1s unless 2 or more were spent. I should have just played black, black, black. No, I couldn't anyway. I didn't. Unless 2 or more colors of mana were spent. If I had 5 black mana, it would have come in with the 2+1s. Yeah, that's so weird. If you're playing a monocolor deck... I don't know. Just a land drop. Opponent is one of those. That's annoying. Gumming up the board. There we go. 7 mana. Attack with that. It has trample. I guess they'll just pay mana to make more of those. Gotta get rid of that. Their deck is just a mishmash of gibberish. There's nothing going on in their deck. It's got shrines and unearthed spirits and Kamigawa cards. That deck is gibberish. I have no respect for it. Alright, that's bad. 5/7. Gain life. Need removal. I've already played 3 removal spells. I'm sure I've got more removal. Give me removal. There we go. There we go. If you can't take the heat, get out of the Rakdos kitchen. Undefeated, 4-0 so far. You can manually choose. Yes, you can. It's just that I didn't have... I needed to spend 2 colors. It is 5 mana. I needed to either pay all 5 black or all 5 red in order to get the extra +2s. But because I had to pay some black and some red, then it said, nope, no counters for you. Turn 1 Thoughtseize. Nope, Authority, okay. That's fine, it does some taps. We can live with that. Ooh, there's a bauble, okay. I will finally play that for the first time in my life. Look at their next card, Chromatic Lantern, which they're about to play. Card draw next turn. Let's get rid of that. Pausing on 1. Probably gonna summon Layla next turn, so we'll just full pass priority. Go for the throat. Okay, let's see if they're single mana. There we go. That's exactly what you wanted. Alright, if you get your next mana, you can resummon. Nope. Oh, Gilded Lotus, that's a good one. Equip. Nope. They went greedy. Although that's good, actually. I'm gonna need to hold on to my mana. Oops, they passed. Let me point you to here, to here, to here, to here. For no reason. Alright, next turn, most likely... Yeah, they have plenty of mana, so... Oh, I can finally do Mishra's thing. Alright, they have plenty of mana, so they're gonna do equipping all that stuff. Yep. Oh yeah, hexproof, okay. Not good. Forgot about that. Oh, there's the other Mishra. This is going to be a lot harder to get through. I'm going to need a board wipe because that Swift Boots... That Swift Boot is just going to protect them too much, although they're down on cards. Alright, not good. Putting Indestructible on a Layla. Alright, so the only way to get out of this is if I can remove that artifact, which I don't believe I have any artifact removal. If they equip that hammer, They're going to lose flying. So if they equip that hammer, they're going to lose flying, so I can double block on the ground. But they have indestructibility counter on that. It's not indestructible yet, actually, until they sacrifice their land. Alright, so, okay, they're going to do it that way. So, yeah, it's a 13, 14 now on the ground. So unless I have Death Touch... 13, 14, 15... So I need that board wipe. Alright, GG opponent. Swift Boots. Again, it's very good in Commander and it's very good in Arena. The only way to deal with an artifact with my colors is to have the destroy anything spells, and there's a couple of them, so let me put those in because the whole game ended for me because eventually hexproof on that creature didn't get the board wipe that I needed. So we have some answers for that. Universal Solvent destroys anything. Unstable Obelisk destroys anything. The new Goblin Firebomb. Yeah, here we go. Here's the commander card right here. Permanents you control have ward. Each artifact card in your graveyard has Unearth 3. So you get to recast it back from the graveyard one time for the Unearth cost. So you could do shenanigans in terms of, you could put these, you can put that 9 mana, you can cheat in a huge artifact creature. You get a huge artifact creature into the graveyard, unearth it for 3. Now it does unearth, it dies at the end of the turn. So maybe that's some ideas right there. Get something big into the graveyard, bring it back for 1 big turn. I'm not quite seeing that the Ashnod's Altar does much. Might remove that. Yeah. I thought maybe it'd be fun to play with this Howling Mine, but every time I've had it so far, I haven't had a big deal to play it. Big reason to play it. I'm going to take it out, and the Underworld Dreams. we would want more punishment for card draw. And again, that Ashnod's Altar, it loves to make lots of mana, but that also means I've got a lot of little creatures to sacrifice, and it's not quite focused on that. Take that out for the moment. All right, 4-1, still an 80% win rate. That simple artifact, those boots did me in because I just couldn't target their main creature. It's just a bunch of ramp at the moment. But that Maze Mind Tome might let me scry into something scary. Milled some lands and a stone retrieval. I wanted to try that out, but okay. Alright, there's that emergence zone in case I want to flash things in. So they're playing the walls, the walls deck, the Arcades deck vaguely, but not too well. Okay, giving your own creature defender because you really want to do the Arcades deck. One card left in hand. You have the sacrifice to draw a card here, opponent. There we go. You got your Arcades. Alright, next turn is going to be a big old attack. 6, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 15 damage. Exile that. Hey there, Keeb, how are you doing? You're just in time to see my shameful loss. But we'll try to get some more wins in just a moment. Just made a brand new deck out of the brand new cards. And, I just got home from work at midnight. Tell me all about that. I'm trying to catch up with people, but you know how it goes, so I'm not sure how it's all with you at the moment work-wise. Alright, there we go. We got a lot of stuff to do on that hand. Got some ramp, got some removal. We've got that evolving wilds. Let's see, I'm gonna need double black for that hero's downfall. There we go. So they're gonna do zombies, I guess. Oh, that is some cool art right there. Oh man, I hate that card with a passion. That card triggers me so hard every time I see it. It's kill on sight. Anyway, I was saying they have some cool art right there. Wait a minute, I just noticed something. What is that art from? Because there's a zombie viciously eating another zombie, and then there's a kid in the back watching the vicious zombie attacks. That is the most disturbing magic art they've ever made. It's a cool sleeve, but I'm disturbed. We went to the pre-release. The in real life pre-release. Now this was a while ago, but remember, so I have the podcast on the Magic podcast on pause. That's why if you're wondering why hasn't DM Campos called me to be on this podcast, it's on pause at the moment. But way back then, we had made the New Year's resolution, right? We'll go to every new pre-release at least once, and then COVID hit. So at least you're back on one, so that's good. This is not good. Missing land drops, but we'll have to try to dismantle things this way. Dreary or Geary, because Edward Gorey was this classic artist who made those scary little black and white drawings back in the day. Yeah, this deck is falling apart. Let's we're too far behind. Too many missing land drops, and they've already got way too much on the board. Let's try that again. But Edward Gorey is a as the next opponent comes up, let's look at this. Edward Gorey. The one that did all of these scary children's drawings. Like that. 1925 to 2000, wow. Anyway, back here, finally get to go first. Krakma, that's the one that dies and comes back again. But first, the opponent is going to spend 10 years in deciding how to use their cards. Let's look at their sleeves, I guess. Oh, it's one of the Godzilla sleeves. Pretty cool. I think there was a Godzilla land for every color, right? This was probably mountains. I see mountains. Was it maybe islands? I see water. Was it plains? It's sort of in the white yellow colors. So magic lands don't look like lands anymore. Yeah, the opponent is. I don't know what happened to them. Let's go over here to look at more of these gory arts. So that sleeve of that last opponent looked like this style here. The what do they call them? Like the terrible tinies. It's got some sort of. They had some. Yeah, don't worry. The opponent's not doing anything yet. We're not missing anything. Here he is. Fur coat and a real life coat. Yeah, the opponent's not doing anything. I don't know if their system crashed. They're triggered for some reason. Edward Gorey. His characteristic pen and ink drawings often depict vaguely unsettling narrative scenes in Victorian and Edwardian settings. Alright, the opponent finally passed priority. Or not. I'm trying to look here, but these things had a name, like the Tin Street Tinies or something. Yeah, the opponent is doing nothing at all. Okay, well, let's jump over here for a moment. If any of you are on Reddit, let me invite you to join a couple of niche Reddits, or subreddits that is. Vintage digital cameras. And the opponent just quit or something. I don't know what happened to them. Vintage digital cameras. If you have a camera from 2010 or older, a digital camera, join us there on Vintage Digital Cameras. Yeah, show off your gear, but then also show off your photos. This is the new. This is the new realm of hipsterism. It's not about vintage. You know, vintage stuff always comes back, but analog film photography I guess still is the purview of hipsters. But if you want to out hipster the hipsters, you've got to start to use your old digital cameras, the old ones that are, 3 megapixels from 15 years ago. You can still get good shots out of them. So this is someone's Canon G10. See that? You can get some artistic stuff from these old cameras. This is humanity's struggle against pollution. All right, so something happened to the opponent. We got a free win. I don't know what happened to them. Let's try to play against a real opponent. Probably 1 or 2 more games. I've been streaming for 4 hours now, so we'll wrap it up in a moment. I gotta say, I'm not a fan of that art right there. That looks a little too juvenile. I know Magic is a big old fantasy game, but that art right there, like, they have this big old face on a flying craft thing. Are we supposed to take that seriously? That some flying death machine with this face is coming at me? Oh man, Bruner, that was a tough card. Oh, but actually this is the nerfed version. Yeah, you can only do it once. The real version, you can do it multiple times, and that gets out of hand very quickly. But have some removal there if I get double black. Portal to Phyrexia if we get to that 9 mana. Living the dream. See, that's that new pet that is so over the top. It's a little goblin, puts out a stick of dynamite. When you interact with it, it picks up the dynamite. Oh, I guess it does different things. But compared to the other gargoyle thing, that just looked at you, this one is so much more. Well, for an aggro player, you're sure playing slow. Downfall, next turn Talisman, I guess. Play a tap land, equip. Next turn they'll have their commander. We'll hold on to this Downfall. There we go, commander mana. Next turn. That's a 5/1. Boros Locket, missed a land drop. They'll attack with both. Their charger will do a thing, right? When this charger dies, it deals damage. Oh, okay. That's fine. That's unblockable somehow. Can't be blocked by big creatures. Okay, that'll be annoying. Or I can do something dumb right here. I can weaken my own Avenger. I can weaken my own Avenger because this says the creature cannot be blocked by creatures with a power 4 or greater. Okay, I can weaken my Avenger enough because the Avenger -1/-1. I can weaken it to be a 3/3 and also then give it Death Touch to take out their 8/5, I guess. That is a thing to do. Missing land drops here, so... Well, whenever this enters... So I'm going to need 2 mana to do that. 4, 5, 6, 7 mana in total. I'm going to need 5 mana for that, missing a land drop. See, you can tap it manually as you wish, like that, Gabe. But then I didn't have enough mana to still do it. Amazing. 3, 4, 5. So it didn't get the extra pluses. When this enters, deal 4 damage to any target. Alright. They would have taken out my viable blocker, then I couldn't block with my other blocker, and then that's 8 damage. So, missing land drops, too much advantage they had. Oh, they're Greasefang. Okay, let's see if they... When I've played that Greasefang deck, I've been able to play it pretty efficiently. Let's see if they are able as well. Juggernaut Peddler, stupid, it's a stupid, alchemy card. When this enters, target player reveals all non-land cards. You may choose one. If you do that, and conjures a Juggernaut. Okay, so they get to remove one of my things, and I get a free Juggernaut. Wow. So dumb. And then they're gonna make me reveal more stuff. Okay, well, yeah, that's nice, opponent. You're totally playing your Greasefang deck properly. Queen Alenal of Ruadach. Ooh, we got Ashnod turn 1. I have been streaming for 4 hours now. I think I feel my voice going, so we're going to play maybe one this last game and then we'll wrap it up. Hunted Witness, they'll gladly block that. What are the odds of the algorithm perfectly pairing that? So of course I have plenty of ramp in the deck, but it feels like it isn't. Whenever one or more creatures with whatever enter under your control, draw a card only once per turn. Okay, that's pretty good. So when small creatures enter the battlefield, draw 1 card. Pretty good. No, you don't want to attack. It feels like the mana is very imbalanced, but I have an equal number of lands. So I'll probably play the queen and then have the 1 white mana to protect her. Or not. That's good. Alright, let's see if I don't miss my land drop and I'm ready to bring out Mishra. No, of course. Yeah, what is going on here? I swear that now the algorithm is like, you've played too long and didn't spend enough. Well, how about a different Mishra? That's got haste. Okay, yeah, let's do its thing. Draw and then discard. I guess that. Plus it gives me double, which I can't even use on this freaking turn. Amazing. Not good. Alright, there's some mana. Everything's got ward. If they attack with that war leader, I've got a death touch blocker. Primeval bounty, that's a mythic or something. That is annoying, right? Whenever you cast a creature spell, create a beast. Whenever you cast a non-creature, put a +1. Landfall, whenever a land enters, gain 3 life. Alright, not great. Oops, I should have blocked the other ones. Missing more land drops. Amazing. Okay, well. Let's just play the freaking prototype spell for this to block. Yes. Alright, that enchantment's going to be trouble. I have enchantment removal. I have way too much on the board for me to deal with here. I need to do a board wipe. I need to remove those enchantments. Those keep triggering every time. There's all those 4/4s. Guess we'll just block everything. Board wipe. They still have too much advantage out of that green enchantment. See, it just does that. Cast a creature, make a beast. Like that. Draw a card. I have way too much of an engine going on. And then there's that. Okay, well, GG opponent. Nothing on my side was gonna get me out of it. So we'll wrap up at that point. We saw the variety of cards in the brand new set. I'll do a draft next time so that we can see more of those in action. But that deck was coming along eventually, until right now, we ended 5 to 6 on that, but we saw there all of those enchantments really got together to just made an engine. I had to deal with 3 enchantments, and with black and red, it's hard to deal with enchantments. I have enchantment removal in the deck. They didn't come up, so GG. They had too much advantage. But yeah, you're welcome. Yep. Kind of tuckered out now. So thanks everyone. See you next time. No big chance for like a big goodbye sort of thing. Just my voice is kind of going. So thanks everyone for coming. See you next time.